Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux. Honorable
representing the states, NHRIs, civil society organizations, distinguished members of the Secretariat, their interpreters. I would greet you respectfully and would like to welcome you to day 4 of our session. Without much ado, I will give the floor to the STC to share the agenda with us. Now I will open item number 4, the first item on our agenda on the human rights situation in Africa. And I will give the floor first and foremost to the state parties, then the NHRIs, and thereafter the civil society organizations. Now, to open up the list, I will give the floor to Angola, Republic of Angola. You have the floor for 7 minutes to make your statement. Their delegate from Angola, please.
A very good morning. I thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Honorable Chairperson Idrissa Sow, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, representatives of state parties, representatives of NHRIs and the civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of the Republic of Angola expresses its gratitude to the Honorable Chair and the Commission for the opportunity given for exercising the right to respond on the allegations raised by the organization Mosaico. The process of democratization and the strategy of development of Angola is counted with new social partners, of which I highlight NGOs with relevant parts of the society in Angola, in conformity with Article 2(1) of the Constitution. The Republic of Angola is a democratic country which observes rule of law, the primacy of Constitution, respect for the law, and laments the unfounded allegations raised. The law of 26th of March of NGOs approved by Parliament, legislative organ of the country, aims to regulate the resolution and the functioning of NGOs in Angola and is aligned with international instruments on human rights, namely the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights of the United Nations of 1966 and Article 10 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Article 16 of the law of NGOs establishes as a right, line A, to exercise activity with independence and autonomy without being subjected to requirements or demands unforeseen by the law. Line B, not be extinguished or prohibited to exercise activity unless by law. The Republic of Angola requests the Commission in the sense of advising NGOs to provide statements based on evidence. As an example, the Institute for Supervising Community Activities established by the NGOs law has registered over 50 NGOs in Angola. The Republic of Angola is strongly committed with the promotion and protection of human rights. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Republic of Angola. I will now give the floor to Honorable Professor Amsadou Sow Sidibé, the chairperson of the NHRI of Senegal. Thank you, chairperson. I would like to greet all of you, and I would like to encourage you. You are doing a fantastic job. I would like to seize this opportunity to greet all the commissioners, colleagues, and all the participants. Now, I would like to talk about the situation of human rights. I really didn't want to specifically belabor my presentation on a given country because the situation of human rights in Africa is nearly all over the same. There are significant inroads with constitutional texts which enhance the rights. National institutions dedicated are enhanced, but then the situation remains a cause of concern. With security crisis, please allow me to raise a question that really haunts my mind. We have a lawyer in Mali, Maître Muntaga Tal, a brilliant lawyer, I must say, and it was said that he has been kidnapped. And for some time now, we are questioning about his life. Is it still alive? I believe this is a cause of concern. Apart from the security crisis, apart from the political crisis, which have a linkage with security, the shrinking of the civic space, I'm sure you have heard it been said with human rights defenders, journalists, etc., who are threatening economic crisis, social crisis, socio-cultural, eco-cultural rights. Well, all these are not effective. Poverty, education, work conditions, etc. All these are a serious cause of concern. And here I would like to place emphasis on the situation of women and youth, not only those who live in the rural areas, but also those in the urban areas, without taking into account the rise of xenophobia due to unemployment, poverty, climate change. I wouldn't want to go into details. In any event, it's a very somber situation, and which is at the origin of illegal immigration. Now, what would be the role of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in view of the violations of human rights. Its mandate, we all know, is quasi-judiciary. So the African Commission, its rulings are not mandatory, are not binding like those of the African Court. But despite all this, one can say that these are rulings which have a moral and political realm. Now, I believe to enhance support the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, there are national mechanisms such as national institutions, national human rights institutions, which could assist the activities rolled out by the African Commission, because the NHRIs are the national nexus or national link, which in most cases is lacking when it comes to the Commission to transform its rulings into concrete changes on the ground. Because the NHRIs would allow one to go from a regional approach to a local, effective local implementation. The NHRIs can play the role of an interface between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the states, the civil society, and the communities. And how can this be done? Through what means? Well, by providing information, because the NHRIs they monitor what's happening on the ground, so they have access to information. And in that regard, I believe that each NHRI should be available with a mechanism for data collection, viable data collection. This would allow the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to have more information on cases of violations of human rights. The NHRIs also can submit shadow reports during the periodic review of the reports of the states by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This obviously would enable the Commission to have a more updated and correct vision on the real situation of human rights cases violation. NHRIs can facilitate the monitoring and the implementation of the decisions and recommendations of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. They can enhance the national wherewithal, the national capacity, and the awareness through education at all levels. And finally, NHRIs can roll out the advocacy for the enhancement of the presence of women in security and institutions. I believe this is crucial importance. I thank you. Thank you, Professor. The Commission has taken due note of your statement as well as the recommendations contained therein. I will now give the floor to the civil society organizations. The Forum of African Women in Education, 550. Are they here? I would now call on the International Federation of Human Rights, FIDH. You have the floor for 5 minutes. It's the Forum of African Educators. I would read the declaration on behalf of Madam Catherine Atego. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, on behalf of the Board of Directors of FAWE, the Executive Director, I would like to thank the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the opportunity given to us to take the floor. We affirm our commitment to ensure right to education, right to sexual health, and in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol, and the African Charter of Human on the Well-being of the Child. Access to water, sanitation is a sine qua non, and the right of education to food. All over in Africa, the fact that installations in schools undermining the dignity, health, and security of girls relating to dropouts, school dropouts, particularly in Western Africa. And in the context of conflict, situation is exacerbated by negative practices, climate change, lack of water, and conflicts, threats which need integrated responses, sensitive, gender sensitive, as part of the strategy, Continental Strategy 2025-2030 for education in Africa, and its framework in collaboration with the Department of Education, Science and Technology of the African Union Commission. We have put in place a reference phase on equality. It provides mechanisms, empowerment to help member states to mainstream equality. We encourage this commission to call on member states to mainstream this strategy in their national legislation and to align their sectorial plans on education on the indicators, to enhance the mechanisms of monitoring through the use of the framework on gender indicators, and to support the civil society, including FAWE, in technically supporting member states in the implementation of this commitment. For girls in marginalized areas, areas affected by conflict, absence, lack of access, compromises, school, and also learning, we call upon the Commission to call upon the member states to enhance the multi-sectorial funding and collaboration between the ministries of education, gender, and climate change, with a view to developing services which are gender sensitive, to institutionalize these services in the national education policies, and to mainstream them in school programs as well as in teaching practices. We believe that 1 out of 8 girls in sub-Saharan Africa bear the brunt of gender-based violence, attacks against education, and some negative practices compromise the right of girls to education. We therefore call upon the Commission to call upon the member states to ratify the Convention of the African Union on the elimination of violence against girls, and by ensuring the implementation of the declaration, and also to put in place policies for girls to stay in school, as well as girls affected by conflict, and to put in place confidential mechanisms of whistleblowing, and also to stop corporal punishment. Children living under disability jeopardized, and also girls bear the brunt of school dropout. We encourage the Commission and the member states to adopt the inclusive education platform in accordance with General Observation number 9 on the right to education through accessible infrastructure, technologies adapted to and also qualified persons, to increase our national funding in favor of education of girls, and to ensure the capacities of the teachers are enhanced on the basis of accountability mechanism. Finally, we call on the Commission to call upon member states to integrate the continental strategy for gender equality in their national legislation, and to increase funding in favor of education of water and sanitation, and also protection systems with clear accountable principle. To call on member states to adopt law on inclusive education to prohibit exclusion of married and pregnant girls, and to ensure that there is education on sexuality. And we finally call upon the Commission to call upon the member state to sign and ratify the African Union Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls, and to put in place the Declaration on Security at Schools. And finally, we would like to reaffirm our commitment to collaborate with the Commission, the African Union, member states, and the civil society to ensure that equality, gender equality is a reality, and we are prepared to accompany member states to implement continental strategy for education in Africa and its framework for gender equality, so that each African girl would be able to learn, develop herself. I thank you. The Commission would like to thank you and have taken due note of your declaration. Let me now call the International Federation of Human Rights, FIDH.
Commissioners, state delegates, national human rights institutions, and my fellow participants. The International Federation for Human Rights appreciates the opportunity to address you on this occasion of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the following critical issues that require the Commission attention and action. Across sub-Saharan Africa, armed conflicts and attacks on the civilian population continue to escalate, causing protracted humanitarian disasters. FIDH wishes to draw the Commission's attention to the persistent and widespread use of sexual and gender-based violence, where rape, sexual slavery, forced marriage, and other forms of sexual violence continue to be systematically used as a weapon of war, coercion, and terror against civilian populations, as witnessed in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, and the Sahel countries. Survivors of conflict-related sexual violence attended this session with one key message, that the time to act is now. We call upon the Commission to urgently call upon member states to implement robust, immediate measures to stem the systemic use of sexual violence in conflict zones, and to investigate all allegations of these atrocities and hold perpetrators to account for these crimes, so as to break the cycle of impunity and deliver justice for survivors. The intensification of extractivism and the race for critical minerals and natural resources in Africa for the just transition are fueling concerns about the protection of human rights and the environment. Major economic projects are often conducted at the detriment of human rights, impacting communities and the environment, and sometimes contributing to fueling armed conflicts in certain regions. This negative impact can also accelerate climate change and exacerbate economic and social inequalities. FIDH recalls to the Commission the need for a healthy and regulated environment when civil society organizations and local communities have access to information and the right to freely participate to public affairs, that ensure the redistribution of power, resources, and opportunities within and between communities, ensuring effective benefit sharing of any projects. We recall to the Commission the need for a healthy and regulated environment that is accompanied by robust accountability mechanisms, binding and enforceable obligations for local and foreign companies and investors to respect and protect human rights and the environment, and to ensure effective access to redress and remedies. FIDH wants to alert the Commission to an emerging continental human rights crisis involving human trafficking, exploitation for labor, and youth vulnerability, failures of state protection, and the right to information. For the past 6 months, FIDH, together with its member organization Truth Hounds from Ukraine, documented the systemic recruitment of African nationals by Russia to fight its war against Ukraine, which resulted in reports that we released recently. The predatory nature of the recruitment raises serious concerns regarding the targeting of African vulnerable populations by human trafficking and exploitative recruitment agencies using deceptive means, leaving African citizens with limited protection once in Russia. Hundreds of African nationals from Kenya, Cameroon, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and other states have been recruited into these Russian armed forces through transnational networks, often through fraudulent job offers, promising civilian employment and high remuneration. FIDH respectfully urged the Commission to urge Member States to publicly recognize the issue as an African human rights concern and to commission a study which will ascertain the scope of the human rights violations. FIDH has also followed the development in Senegal relating to the recent amendment and entry into force of Article 319 of the Penal Code in Senegal with great concern. The revised provision doubles prison terms for consensual same-sex relations and criminalizes advocacy. The state-sanctioned crackdown has unleashed widespread public shaming, media-driven outings, and vigilant violence activating the African Charter. We respectfully urge the Commission to call upon the Republic of Senegal to review the amended article and to ensure compliance with the African Charter and to remind the state of its obligation to uphold equality, non-discrimination, and dignity. I thank you.
Thank you, FIDH.
I'd like to invite the South African Human Rights Institute.
253. Ils ne sont pas dans la salle. J'appelle le collectif d'aide aux femmes.
The Women Aid Collective, Observer Status number 263. Women's Aid Collective. So, NGO Civic SUS, Observer Status number 431. Now, the Forum for Development and Human Rights Dialogue, Observer Status number 560. Mat for Peace, are you present? Observer Status number 528. They're not here. I'd like to invite the Media Rights Agenda, Observer Status 120. They're not in the hall. Now, on some control append them all together against the death penalty. Observer Status number 508. Not in the hall. And finally, Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, Observer Status 366. 366. They're not here either. We have exhausted the list of requests for the floor concerning civil society organizations. On the agenda, we had planned to do human rights situation for 2 hours. At this juncture, I'd like to propose a review given the current situation. Honorable Commissioner Salma Sassi, if you are ready, we can give you the floor for the presentation of your document. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. Allow me to present my report in Arabic. honorable commissioners, Excellency, the representatives of state, representatives of, of civil society and Human Rights Commission. This report is presented based on the of the rules of procedure of the African Union Commission on Human and People's Rights. This report relates promotion activities of human rights conducted during the intersessional period. And the report covers activities that I conducted as a commissioner and member of the African Commission on Human Rights, and it was done within the framework of the mandate that was given to me as a rapporteur. It also reviews the state of the ratification of the African Convention, African Union Commission on the Protection and the Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, as well as the situation of the signing and the ratification of the additional protocol of the African Charter regarding the right to nationality and the elimination of statelessness in Africa. The report comprises, among others, an analysis of the situation of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants on the continent, as well as this state of human rights in countries under my responsibility, namely Libya, Niger, Senegal, and Tunisia. The report is concluded by a series of recommendations to the various stakeholders. I'm going to start with the first part on the activities regarding the protection and promotion, because the complete report has been distributed, and you can find it on the seed of the African Commission. I'm going to do my level best to summarize certain paragraphs. I'm going to start with the activities regarding protection. As regarding the implementation of the protection and promotion mandate that was entrusted to me as national rapporteur and special rapporteur on refugees and asylum seekers and internally displaced persons, the joint letter, the joint urgent appeal letter addressed, we have not received any official response as regards the issues on 14 November. We sent an urgent letter to Niger on the arrest of 6 journalists, and on 14 in November 2025. We also sent a joint letter to the Republic of Tunisia concerning the fair trial and the protection of lawyers and human rights defenders in what is known as the complicity against the state. For example, we also sent a joint appeal letter to Tanzania concerning allegations of enforced disappearance of refugees in the camp of Nuta and Nyagoso. On 11 February 2026, we sent a joint appeal letter to the Arab Republic of Egypt concerning the general situation of the citizens during on 11 March, we sent a joint appeal letter to the Republic of Senegal concerning the humanitarian and medical situation of Mr. Zhu Zhangui, who is a Chinese national currently detained in Senegal. On 16 March 2026, we sent a joint urgent appeal letter regarding the mass displacement of the Abu indigenous communities in the Oromia region in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. While waiting for official response, we'll give information that we have during the presentation of the report of the economic group concerning economic and social affairs. As regarding the letters of concern, on 19 February 2026, we sent a joint letter of concern to the Republic of Tunisia concerning the prolonged detention of the local Ahmed Schwab and the declaration of his situation of health. On 4 March 2026, we sent a joint letter of concern to Tanzania concerning allegations of forced returns of Burundian refugees from the United Republic of Tanzania. On 11 March, we sent a joint letter of concern concerning the United States African national transferred from the United States of Africa to the Republic of Cameroon. On 19 March 2026, we sent a joint letter of concern addressed to the Republic of Tunisia regarding the prolonged detention of human rights, Mrs. Sadia Mosbas, Abdallah Said, and on 17 March 2026, we sent a joint 23 March 2026, we sent a joint letter of concern addressed to the Republic of Uganda. On 27 April, we sent a joint letter of concern to Tanzania regarding allegations of displacement of indigenous communities in the Gorongoro protected area. We also sent a letter of concern the suspension of the Tunisian League of Human Rights. It was as regards a letter of congratulations on 27 November, 25 November, we sent a letter of congratulations to the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire following the adoption of an interministerial decision granting refugee status to a significant number of asylum seekers from Burkina Faso and Mali. On 11 March 2026, we sent a letter of congratulations on the liberation of 23 February 2026 of the release of the lawyer, former judge and human rights defender Ahmed Chouab. On 11 March 2026, we sent a letter of congratulations to Nigeria on the occasion of the promulgation of the act to give effect to the provisions of the African Union Convention on the protection and assistance of internally displaced persons in Africa. In Nigeria, as regards statements and press release, everything is in the report that has been submitted to you, so I'm just going to mention the titles. A press release on the situation in Darfur, press release on the status of refugees in the north of Mozambique, a joint communique, a press communique on the forced displacement of the population, a press communique on the intensification of enforced displacement of populations and the deterioration of humanitarian situation in South Kivu, press communique on the deadly terrorist attack against civilians in Tiniberi region in Niger, press release of detention, clandestine detention sites in Libya, press release on the violence at Sheikh Anta Diop that led to the death of a student, press communique or release on the conviction of the president of the Tunisian magistrate, and a press release on the solidarity of the African Commission on Human People's Rights in the face of floods in the Republic of Angola and their humanitarian consequences. As regards the activities within the framework of promotion, the protection of human rights, I'm going to start the ratification of instruments under the mandate concerning the internally displaced person or persons displaced in Africa, the Kampala Convention. I should say that until now, 34 states have ratified that convention, while 10 states have only signed it, and 11 states have neither signed nor ratified it. It should be underscored that to date, only 4 states have submitted their initial report under Article 14.4 of the Kampala Convention. They are Cameroon, Angola, Burkina Faso, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, that currently presents its initial report during this session. We'd like to congratulate these states and would like to invite other states to emulate their example in order that we comply with the Kampala Convention and ensure better follow-up of these provisions in order to contribute to improving the situation of internally displaced persons in Africa. Concerning the additional protocol of the Charter on Human and People's Rights on specific aspects of the right to a nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa, it should be recalled that it was adopted in February 2024 by the Assembly of Heads of State of the African Union. This is a milestone and a major milestone in Africa, providing binding regulations to promote, protect, and respect of the rights to a nationality for every individual. We also want to prevent and eradicate statelessness. While we celebrate this year, the first anniversary of this protocol, no state has signed it yet or ratified it. We have to reiterate our appeal to the African Union and the UNHCR, civil society organizations, and all other partners to support and contribute to advocacy campaign to mobilize the ratification of these instruments in accordance with the implementation of the Global Alliance to put an end to statelessness launch in October 2024 and the realization of 2030 and 2063 agenda that commit not to leave anybody behind. As regards the other activities, I'm going to try as much as possible to be very brief. I took part in several meetings, international seminars. In November 2025 in Nairobi in Kenya, I took part in the 14th global conference on the judges and refugees and migration, and under this framework, I made an intervention on an event that disturbed the system in accordance with according to the 1969 convention. I highlighted the importance of the consistent application of this provision, for people who are forced to leave their countries in context marked by climate change, in fact, and environmental degradation. On 22 November, I did an interview on the television concerning the joint mission of the fact-finding mission concerning the human rights situation in Sudan. I presented during this a methodology of the mission, and I focused on the violation against civilians and extrajudicial execution, sexual violation, and enrollment of the children, and press freedom. On 26 November, I took part in an international conference on the APRM during the launching of the project to protect, concerning the protection of fundamental rights and international cooperation. The details of this are found in the report that's going to be circulated between 14 and 15 December 2025 in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. I took part with my colleague Deso as a representative of the African Union of Human and People's Rights, and in a meeting on the Commission of Experts of the African Union and concerning the African position, and I was elected chair of the Northern region. 19 January, I took part in activities in the situation of human rights in Sudan through meetings with refugees, and this was in the report. I also in March 2026, I took part in the African Union Commission that took part of the 11th session of the Human Rights Council in Geneva. This mission sought to strengthen cooperation between the Commission and the mechanism concerning the situation in Sudan. Between 3 March and 2 April 2026, I took part in a promotion mission of the African Commission in the Republic of Zimbabwe, and this mission sought to was on the strengthening of cooperation with state and the dialogue with the various stakeholders on the commitments on human rights. April 14 to 16 April 2026 in Cairo, I took part in the technical consultation in Cairo under the auspices of the United Nations Migration Network, jointly organized by the International Organization for Migration. I also took part in another series of meetings and seminars, and in person or virtually, and all the details will be found in the report. The global report that has been circulated, Mr. Chair. In order not to take too much time, too precious time, I'm going to go straight to the activities in which I participated as my capacity as the vice chairperson of the working on the economic rights. And this, I took part in 2 important meetings. The first 9-12 February in Johannesburg in South Africa. These are consultations on the principles on the right to work, the model laws, because I took part in these meetings in the presence of the members of the working group with technical partners. I took part in drafting with the Solidarity Center and the network of lawyers, ILO, Harvard University, and this took place under the preparation framework that sought to fill the void concerning the workers in the informal sector in Africa. On 8 April, I took part in socio-economic rights meeting in the Economic Development Plan in Africa, and this meeting enabled us to agree on the amendments that we have to include in the draft. And these had to be discussed in a general manner. Now I'm going to go on to the second part on the situation of human rights. I'm going to start by analyzing the human rights situation and asylum seekers and internally displaced persons and migrants during the interstational period. During this period, we realized that the situation of refugees and asylum seekers in Africa continues to be marked by a steady worsening and of forced displacement, and against the backdrop of multiple and interconnected crises, notably protracted armed conflicts, widespread violence, deteriorating socioeconomic conditions, and the growing effects of climate change. These dynamics put pressure on the system. Against a backdrop of limited resources. The crisis in Sudan remains one of the main drivers of displacement on the continent. Since April 2023, more than 4.4 million people have fled to neighboring countries, notably Chad, Egypt, and South Sudan. Chad, that holds the greatest number of refugees in Central Africa. The arrival of more than 1 million of Sudanese refugees have put a considerable pressure on local resources, and despite the solidarity of the of the Chadian people, the refugee populations face particularly precarious living conditions characterized by limited access to water, healthcare, and like we have seen, all the camps and Adre, Abutange, and Meche in West Africa, the arrival of thousands of refugees from Nigeria in Benin highlights the persistent insecurity in border areas and the challenges associated with protecting civilian reports. In the Lake region, the massive influx of people from the DRC into Burundi observed at the end of 2025 against a backdrop of renewed violence in the east of the country. And this has exhausted the host capacity, the reception capacity that was already under pressure. This has worsened the living conditions of Congolese refugees in southern Sudan. As regards the humanitarian situation of Sahrawi in the camps, it remains critical and constitutes one of the longest running refugee crises in Africa and the world. Despite efforts, the population remains dependent on international aid against a backdrop of chronic underfunding. Needs for the period of 2026-2027 are estimated at approximately 170 million US dollars, while the resources mobilized remain insufficient. Humanitarian indicators point to a worrying deterioration in living conditions, malnutrition, half of women and children suffer from anemia. The persistence of this forced displacement raises serious concerns regarding respect for fundamental rights, dignity, health, education, as guaranteed by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the 1969 OAU Convention. The Commission calls on member states and the international community to step up their efforts to find sustainable and just solutions based on human dignity, solidarity, and shared responsibility in order to ensure effective protection and bring an end to this protracted situation. As regards the emigrants during this period, we read that their situation the number of deaths increased significantly. As regards the migratory routes and these routes through the company in the Gulf coasts continue to pose a major danger to migrants. The Commission calls on member states and state parties and the African Union to strengthen efforts to face up to illegal migration and deal with its root causes. Regards to the Commission recalls its resolution number 486 adopted in 2000 concerning the international convention as regards the transfer of migrants during this intercession period. The Commission observe intensification of externalization policies of the management of migration characterized by the transfer of migrants to third countries, and the Commission had already expressed its concerns with regard to the consequences of this action. migrants expelled from the United States were transferred to other African states, Eswatini, Uganda, the DRC, and Cameroon. And this raises serious concerns with regard to the respect of the human rights of transferred persons, especially due to the lack of transparency on these agreements. The Commission recalls its decision, Resolution 645. The Commission reiterates its concern and recalls that these externalization mechanisms cannot exempt states from their human rights obligations as regards the rights of migrants during the intersessional period. So it was marked by intensification of hate speech in Tunisia, for example, hostile declarations against migrants from sub-Saharan Africa increased in the social media, in some media and the public spaces. And sometimes this situation, civil society organizations in South Africa, this period was marked by intensification of campaigns, xenophobic campaigns that targeted African migrants, accompanied by violence, informal expulsions, looting of goods, and practices that tantamount to mob justice. The Commission strongly condemns such practices and recalls that it violates the principle of non-discrimination and legality of the African Charter, enshrined in the African Charter and other international and regional instruments that represent irreversible obligations and in a rule of law, and calls on states to fully assume their responsibility and to take strong measures to guarantee effective protection of the rights of migrants. As regards internally displaced persons, during this intersessional period, and it is very concerning situation on the continent. Several sessions, conflicts, violence, and climate change also led to massive displacement, leading to a huge humanitarian crisis. As regards the issue on statelessness, during the intersessional period, there were actually evolutions regarding on nationality and governmental practices on the nationality in Africa. This evolution raised concerns with regard to the international compliance of instruments regarding the prevention of statelessness in Gabon. Order number 004 of 2026 on the Nationality Code introduced a new legal framework governing the acquisition and loss of nationality. It defines nationality on the basis of the concept of local origin and imposes restrictions on certain practical functions. Some provisions raise concerns with their conformity with the principle of legality and non-discrimination. In Niger, for example, measures were adopted on people who were suspected. Well, there are international declarations that concern discriminatory measures, especially the rights of women in the Commission says that nationality is a fundamental right and exhorts state parties to ensure equality between men and women and to strengthen guarantees, procedural guarantees, and to prevent all situation of steadiness, especially for women and vulnerable groups. And it calls on the signing of the protocol of the Charter on the situation of human rights on the states that I'm in charge of. During the intercession period, Libya continued to face up to major challenges linked to institutional and political fragmentation and characterized by the coexistence of competing authorities and an unstable security environment and persistent economic difficulties. This situation continues to have repercussions on the protection of human rights and the effective functioning of state institutions. And the poor treatment of certain detention areas in Libya. Libya is still a major concern of migratory routes through the Mediterranean. Migrant refugees are exposed to major risk. Libya is one of the most dangerous routes on migration, and migrants are detained in very difficult conditions characterized by expatriation.
Numerous cases of violation of rights have been highlighted, and particular exploitation. I should also mention positive developments and best practices in Libya during the period under review. In November 2025, several dozen people arbitrarily detained at the Grenada Detention Center were reportedly released. Furthermore, certain ad hoc measures taken by the authorities, such as the release of several hundred migrants detained in unofficial centers. This demonstrates a capacity to intervene in response to situations of concern. In the same vein, recent initiatives have highlighted actions aimed at improving care of migrants. The Commission encourages additional developments and encourages the State of Libya for these advances. The Commission calls upon member states to continue to work towards a return to the rule of law and consolidate national institutions. For Tunisia, during the intercessional period, the human rights situation in Tunisia was marked by worrying developments affecting civic space, the independence of the judiciary, and the protection of human rights defenders. The extension of the state of emergency until 31 December 2026 illustrates the persistence of security challenges whilst raising questions about the impact of these measures on the effective exercise of fundamental freedoms. Civil society has faced restrictions. In April 26, the Tunisian League for Defense of Human Rights announced the suspension of its activities for a period of 1 month following a contested administrative decision. Numerous civil society organizations continue to be characterized by pressure. Tunisia has been subject to suspension orders restricting their activities, and this raises concerns about a shrinking civic space in Tunisia. There are concerns as far as the respect and guarantees that were signed as far as international conventions. In the judicial sphere, several cases have raised concerns regarding the respect for fair trial guarantees. In the Commission sent a joint letter of concern on this matter in December 2025, as indicated in the report. Furthermore, Judge Anas Hamedi, for example, the president of the Tunisian Magistrates Association, was sentenced to 1 year in prison. The Commission had issued a press release on this matter in April 26, reiterating the need to respect judicial immunity and the freedom of expression of magistrates. The Commission calls on the Tunisian government to ensure that all alleged misconduct by members of the judiciary is subject to investigation and prosecution. Numerous cases of violations have been highlighted, for example, that of Metra Ayashi Hamami. The Commission recalls that the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, as well as the Grand Bay and Kigali declarations, guarantee the right to promote and protect human rights and require states to protect defenders against all forms of reprisal. Regarding the migration issue, Tunisia has continued its cooperation with the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. Programs have seen a significant increase in recent years, and the Commission calls on the Tunisian authorities to ensure that all migration management operations, including voluntary returns, are fully in line with international and regional human rights standards. There are positive developments and good practices over the past 6 months. Certain developments are worth noting in Tunisia. In particular, the Commission welcomed the release in February 26 of Metra Ahmed Souab and the provisional release of certain civil society figures, including Salwa Grisi. The Commission encourages the Tunisian authorities to build on this momentum by ensuring that human rights defenders can carry out their legitimate activities freely and in complete safety in accordance with Tunisia's obligations. The Tunisian authorities announced several social measures aimed at strengthening the protection of vulnerable groups and improving the socio-economic conditions of certain sections of the population. These include decisions relating to strengthening social assistance programs and the improvement of certain economic and health support mechanisms for low-income populations. These measures are in line with the Tunisian state's commitments regarding economic and social rights, particularly with regard to the obligations arising from the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The Commission encourages the Tunisian authorities to continue their efforts to strengthen public social protection policies and the voluntary return of migrants. For Niger, during the intercessional period, Niger continued to face significant challenges linked to persistent insecurity in several regions of the country in Tillaberi, Difa, Tawa, and Maradi. The period also marked the consolidation of the political transition initiated by the military authorities, coinciding with the first anniversary of the Charter for Rebuilding adopted on 26 March 2025. In terms of security, several attacks continued to affect the civilian population, and several massacres of civilians committed by Islamist armed groups in the west of the country have also been documented. During this period, there have been the Commission reiterates that the fight against terrorism and the maintenance of public order must be carried out in accordance with the safeguards provided for in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Dialogue must continue to ensure legislative transparency and a positive environment for humanitarian action. I should look at some of the positive developments and good practices in Niger. In April 26 in Niamey, the Nigerian authorities launched the process of reforming the legal framework for asylum nearly 3 decades after the adoption of the 1997 law. This reform, carried out with the support of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, aims to modernize the national system for the protection of refugees and stateless persons. notably through the creation of a national commission on eligibility for refugees and stateless, the introduction of procedures relating to statelessness. If we look at Senegal briefly, during the intercessional period, the human rights situation in Senegal was marked by contrasting developments characterized by the persistence of certain structural challenges, particularly regarding social and environmental rights and civil liberties. Climate change, however, continues to affect several communities, particularly in the coastal areas such as St. Louis. The there have been satisfactory explanations provided by the state of Senegal to the Commission's queries. However, concerns have been expressed on the restriction of press freedom, and some Senegalese authorities have seen their freedoms curtailed. We also saw in March 2026 legislative reforms in Senegal. Tensions were reported and several arrests are said to have been made. Nevertheless, whilst recognizing the sovereign right of states to develop their national regulatory frameworks in accordance with their social, cultural, and religious realities and values, the Commission recalls that state parties to the African Charter remain obliged to guarantee dignity, respect for privacy, physical and moral integrity, and the protection of all persons against violence, stigmatization, and discriminatory treatment. The Senegalese authorities have continued to cooperate with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and provided responses to the urgent appeal letters sent by the Commission. The Commission encourages the Senegalese authorities to continue this constructive cooperation and its readiness to support them in strengthening human rights protection mechanisms. The Senegalese authorities have also provided information on the efforts undertaken to strengthen the supervision of DARAS, measures aimed at strengthening the national framework for the protection of internally displaced persons were also discussed. I would like to move to the final section of my report, which is the conclusions and recommendations to the state parties to the African Charter to adopt and implement African guidelines on the human rights of all migrants, refugees, asylum seekers adopted in 2023, to adopt Resolution ACHPR RES 486 2021 on missing migrants and refugees in Africa, to adopt and implement Resolution 645 of 2025 on the obligations of African states in the context of policies of externalization of migration governance, ensure that refugees can enjoy all their human rights, in particular the economic and social rights, within the framework of national laws, to respect principles of the Geneva Conventions and the OAU Convention on the Protection of Refugees, to adopt asylum laws and ensure compliance, to ratify the protocol to the African Charter, to adopt nationality laws that guarantee equality between men and women regarding the transmission of nationality, to strengthen assistance provided to states receiving large numbers of asylum seekers or refugees, and to end the detention of migrants solely on the basis of their immigration status. Respond positively to the Commission's requests regarding authorization for provisional missions. B, to all member states of the African Union, the conclusions and recommendations are to ratify the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community. For those who have not yet done so, to ratify the OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems, to implement the objectives enshrined in the 2018 Global Compact on Refugees, to become more involved in preventing the forced displacements of populations both within and outside their countries, to adopt a comprehensive approach aimed at tackling the root causes of irregular migration, dismantling migrant trafficking networks, and working towards sustainable, more inclusive and effective solutions. For those who have not yet done so, to speed up the process of ratifying the African Union Convention on the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, to commit to implementing the Global Compact for safe, orderly and regular migration, to work towards concrete measures to take measures to ensure that xenophobic and racist crime against refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers are effectively punished. To the African Union, we recommend to encourage states to ratify the protocol, to commit states to the lasting resolution of existing conflicts, to accelerate the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency, to adopt, in partnership with the Commission and other stakeholders, guidelines on the issue of missing migrants. D, to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, we work with African states to find sustainable solutions to increase funds allocated to humanitarian aid for refugees, to strengthen collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to continue to support us in our advocacy for the eradication of statelessness, to support the Commission in its advocacy on the issue of missing migrants, and to support the Commission in the preparation of its study. To civil society actors, NGOs, and other partners, we recommend to implement strategies and action plans to continue advocacy for the universal ratification of the Kampala Convention and the OAU Convention on Refugees, to continue their work on the ground to keep us informed about the situation of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, to provide support and assistance to the Special Rapporteur, to the ICRC to continue working with states and fulfilling the mandate of effective implementation. We would like to express our sincere thanks to all states, partners, the AU, the ICRC, the UNHCR, IOM, and the NHRIs, and all civil society organizations for their constant support for our mechanism. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for the presentation of this exhaustive report. We will now open the floor for discussions with member states to hear from the NHRIs and the civil society organizations. We've already a list of requests for the floor, and once we go through that, we can take others who may wish to take the floor. Let me begin with the state parties. I will give the floor, first of all, to the Republic of South Africa.
Rapporteur for the intercession report on the plight of refugees, asylum seekers, IDPs, and migrants in Africa. South Africa operates as a constitutional democracy anchored in human rights, equality, and universal human rights. As a country of origin, transit, and destination, the government of South Africa manages migration through principled, practical, and development focused frameworks. Our constitution guides our alignment with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights while upholding state sovereignty and territorial integrity. Chairperson, in apprising this meeting of the decisive interventions taken by the South African government in addressing recent incidents of confrontations against some migrants in our community earlier this month, having strongly condemned these acts, the government mandated law enforcement agencies to ensure prompt actions are taken to guarantee the safety of citizens, residents, and visitors. Anyone operating outside the rule of law and our constitutional values will face the appropriate legal consequences. The government of the Republic of South Africa has taken decisive measures to address irregular migration by strengthening border controls and comprehensive overhauling the nation migration and citizenship frameworks. To achieve this, a revised white paper has been developed to consolidate the African Citizenship Act, the Immigration Act, and the Refugee Act into a single piece of legislation. This integration shifts our approach from a compliance-heavy system into strategic long-term framework. These reforms will help in addressing migration flow into the country. Furthermore, Chair, the South African government has on several occasions guaranteed amnesty to nationals of countries within the SADC region. Chairperson, on refugees and asylum seekers, South Africa continues to inundate by the mixed movements of persons are entitled to submit repeated application on the same grounds. The decision closes a legal gap that had allowed repeated applications to be lodged, contributing to the delays, administrative pressure, and growing blockages within the refugee management system. Chairperson, our government has positioned the ruling as part of a wide effort to restore order in migration governance, strengthening the integrity of asylum processes. Against this background, South African government is effectively enhancing its state capacity to manage migration through targeted interventions. This includes enforcing the first safe country principle, which would prevent asylum shopping, and implementing a merit-based, point-based system to ensure that migration directly supports our national development goals against others. In conclusion, Chairperson, my delegation emphasizes the need for caution regarding manipulated footages and divisive narratives, including the fake and unverified videos on social media, as well as cases that have been recently shared. We call upon concerned delegations and human rights protectors and monitoring bodies to authenticate and verify the information that they receive and see through credible sources before making official statements on these matters. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of South Africa. We now give the floor to Angola.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair, Idris Sassou. Distinguished Commissioner, just a note of clarification. In April 2026, the Benguela province was indeed affected by floods as a result of intense rainfall that led to the overflow of the Cavago River.
This overflow and collapse of the river affected more than 8,000 families, and the government activated the civil protection mechanism and created the necessary conditions and services to host these families. In addition to that, rescue teams and rapid response and assistance teams were activated. Now, some families has began their return to those affected areas, but the government is still monitoring this province. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Republic of Angola. I will now give the floor to Sudan.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to Madam Salma for this report presented in Arabic. I would like to raise 3 points here concerning the refugees. This is just an addition to what has been contained in the report of the Commissioner. As for the Sudan, people started to return back home. That came after many areas have been liberated and controlled by the National Army. Among these areas is the region of the capital. And according to the IOM reports, more than 3 million Sudanese citizens returned back home. Definitely, these people need assistance, and the government is trying its best to help them in that regard. And with regard to the status of the Sudanese refugees in the neighboring countries, the issue is that these people were not registered in the High Commission for Refugees, and accordingly, they were not considered as foreigners. Some of these neighboring countries consider them as unofficial visitors, and they have to pay some fees. This is again, it is against the laws of these hosting countries, but these people do not have the means to pay those fees. And I don't know if the commissioner could focus on that issue and how we can settle this matter. The other point is about the persons detained by the RSF, particularly in Darfur. And I don't know if you have managed to get some information about these people. As I know that a delegation from your commission already visited Chad, and definitely there are people who are imprisoned there. And as we know that the situation in the detention centers of the RSF situations are deteriorating. Also, once again, I would like to repeat what I have said before, that the fact-finding mission of the Commission needs to communicate with the government of Sudan regularly in order to fill some gaps of their reports. This will help in enriching their report. So, with my thanks, I would like to request a summary of this excellent report from the Commission, and thank you, Chair, for the excellent manner you are managing our session.
Thank you, Excellent Honorable Ambassador. I'll give the floor to Tunisia.
Good morning to you all, Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, Madam Selma Sassi. I thank you for this excellent report, full of information about the situation of human rights in the countries under your portfolio. And also, I'm grateful for what you have mentioned about the advancement of human rights situation in Tunisia. So, I have some observations on what you have mentioned in this report with regard to the state of Tunisia. First of all, another response to the information that provided with regard to the right of association in Tunisia, would like to affirm that the state of Tunisia established a mechanism for managing the exercise of right of association in accordance with the laws, as well as providing judicial guarantees for the people to enjoy this right. This system in Tunisia is done within the context of respect of law as provided for in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These rights and freedoms are to be also guided by other principles such as the protection of the rights of others, public safety, and what is contained in Article Chapter 55 of the Tunisian Constitution. Some misinformation is spreading that the Tunisian government has undertook some administrative measures to suspend the work of certain associations. And the fact is that and that there are some pressure on the defenders of human rights, particularly in the legal side. Here, would like to affirm that what has been done in the legal aspect of the matter against some of these organizations and associations contained in the report and other individuals is merely related to actions that they undertook which are against the law. These people violated the laws of the country, particularly in exercising the right of association. And also, it has to be mentioned here that these decisions are judicial decisions and which are open for appeal before the relevant bodies. The government does not exercise any form of discrimination against people, and these legal procedures were taken within the context of the rule of law and according to the provisions of the Constitution and international norms. And as we have, and with regard to what you have mentioned about the suspension of work of certain organizations for a period of 1 month, that has come within the Article 82 of the Constitution. And that also in Chapter 3, the associations who have violated the rule will be dealt with accordingly to the law. And to explain the matter more, the suspension is come by the Court of First Instance of Tunisia and for a period of 30 days. After the expiry of the 30 days, the concerned organization would be called again by the court for rehearing of their case. Accordingly, all the measures are available. The role of the state is to exercise the law and allowing people to exercise their rights here. And as for the calls that you made and submitted to the government of Tunisia, our response in the government of Tunisia will come because it may take some few days to look at the matter from all its perspective, particularly if the matter concerns the state security. In our response, we will provide all the information, including the names and details of the activities. And also, I'd like to affirm that the government of Tunisia is ready to respond to all the concerns that you have mentioned. Our main objective is to promote and protect the rights of the people. And also, I'd like to affirm that the right of the person to be here is mentioned in our constitution, and we have a system that governs the exercise of the judicial function in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The government of Tunisia is focusing on the independence of judiciary. Finally, I would like to raise another issue that mentioned in the report about the illegal immigration and the repatriation. So, in this regard, the government of Tunisia is having great efforts in handling this matter. And as we have stated before, Madam Commissioner, when we were discussing our report of the 85th session, we highlighted some of these items that you are raising now. Government of Tunisia is all the time putting measures to handle this matter of the migrants in the country, taking into account the geographical location of the state of Tunisia in the southern part of the Mediterranean, and the immigrants are considering it the spot from which they cross to Europe. And the approach applied by Tunisia is to respect the sovereignty of the state as well as response to the international obligations and the dignity and the rights of these migrants. Accordingly, Tunisia is tackling the three aspects at once, and not to forget that there are so many root causes for this phenomenon of illegal immigration. The government is exercising great efforts in the repatriation process and to raise the awareness about our African sisters and brothers who are residing in Tunisia illegally. Allow me, though I finish my time, just to raise that in Tunisia, the human rights system moved from the civil and political rights to include the issue of providing the decent work to the people, as well as cover the issues of women's rights and other categories of the people. And I thank you for your attention, Madam Commissioner and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Tunisia. Let me now give the floor to Algeria.
Honorable President, honorable commissioners of the esteemed Commission of Human Rights, the delegation of Algeria would like to first of all thank the special rapporteur, Honorable Selma Sassi, for her report and the efforts she is doing in order to follow the situation of the refugees and the guarantees of their rights on the continent. Algeria would like, in this context, to confirm its unwavering commitment to the solidarity of Africa and the sharing of the responsibilities with the rest of African countries through its support to the Sahrawi refugees who are in in Algeria's land, with the cooperation with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and the intention of Algeria to provide the basic services, particularly health, education, and the infrastructure. Our delegation do support the call of the special rapporteur to support the refugees, Sahrawi refugees, in face of the financial constraints that are known by the international organizations in this time. In this frame, Algeria would like to renew that the international community should bear its legal and ethical responsibilities towards the people, and the people is under occupation. Algeria would like to reaffirm the right of the refugees and the displaced persons under the umbrella of the international law and the human international law. Algeria would like to call for the Commission to support and enhance the mechanisms of oversight and control in the occupied Western Sahara zones in order to protect the civilians and the human rights in accordance with the mandate that is given to the Commission and in accordance with the African Charter on Human Rights. Algeria reaffirms its intention to tackle the issues of the illegal immigration and through the process of the cause routes of this illegal immigration. This only can be done through the peaceful solution of conflicts and the respect of the states' sovereignty and territories in accordance with the laws of the United Nations and without the interference in the internal affairs of the countries, which might lead to worse situations. Algeria asks for the dialogue and the understanding in order to help the development of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate from Algeria, I would like to make sure that there is no further request from state parties before giving the floor to the representative of the African Union Commission. Is there any other state? I will now give the floor to the representative of the African Union Commission. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank Commissioner Salma Sesi for her report, and I would like to state that my intervention would also cover the report presented yesterday. Please, my apologies, Chairperson, with respect to the visit from the delegation of African Union to Geneva. I would like to start by thanking you, but also on behalf of the member states for your availability, despite the fact that you have a very busy agenda. You took time to meet the ambassadors of the Gambian group and the permanent representative of the African Union. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to renew our thanks for your participation in the annual event organized by the African Union on the commemoration of the International Day on the Abolition of Slavery, specifically on the role you did in terms of the support for the agenda and reparations. Your contribution as a delegation to the activities of the African group in Geneva has produced positive results with respect to our commitment on the diplomatic scene. Apart from your visit to Geneva, which concentrated on the situation in Sudan and the meeting that you had with the African group and the African Union, this activity held in Geneva enabled us to establish a beginning of interaction between member states and the African mechanisms, generally speaking, as well as those charged with human rights mandate. I would like to reiterate, as I have said several occasions, that such interaction is a request on the part of our member states in Geneva. And this underscores the relevance of the activities of our Commission as an organ on human rights issues in Africa. It appears to me that such a tradition would enable us to increase the relevance of African organs in general, and in so doing, increase their efficiency and their impact in improving the human rights situation in the continent. It is also clear that such interaction will increase the visibility of our African organs at the UN. And here I can say that with reference to the activities of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, are part and parcel of several resolutions adopted at the UN. not only on thematic issues, but also in the country situations. I would therefore like to encourage the Commission under your leadership, Honorable Chair, to increase this practice and to try as much as possible to hold it in periodical manner. I would like to conclude to say that such interaction and the development of relationship with member states and the African mechanisms are part and parcel of the general guidelines of the African Union, namely to enhance the links between the parties and in capital New York, Addis Ababa, Banjul. It will play a nexus and also to increase the coherence and to develop the necessary synergies so that we can support the human rights in Africa. Chairperson, this is what I wanted to say. I chose to summarize in 3 points so that I will avoid to take the floor. So I thank you for your patience, Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you for that important input. I would like to assure you of our availability to enhance that cooperation. Our commission and the African group in Geneva, it is part and parcel of our mission, and we will roll it out as conveniently as possible. We have taken due note of your statement, and we would like to thank you. Let me now give the floor to National Human Rights Commission of Senegal. National Human Rights Commission of Senegal. National Human Rights Commission of Senegal, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson. I would from the onset like to thank the Honorable Commissioner Salma Sassi, Rapporteur for Senegal. We have listened to her comments and we have taken due note thereof. I am taking the floor, Chairperson, to make an advocacy relating to the nerve of war, the budgetary means, in other words, for the increase in the budget of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Why? Because the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is doing a brilliant job. The Commission considers individual communications. It leads promotion missions. It publishes reports which showcase the jurisprudence of human rights throughout the continent. This work it's doing is important. However, resources allocated to the institutions are not and are not in line with the ambitions of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This is why we would like to urge the member states to honor the Kigali decision of 2016 by contributing financially to alleviate the charges of the African Commission, which should be recalled is a precious tool for the effectiveness of human rights in Africa, and therefore, in terms of the implementation of the Charter on Human and People's Rights, this was a milestone when it comes to the elaboration of this charter, that Africa has a commission. And I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, the Chairperson. Thank you for your input, for that important input, which supports the advocacy drive of the Commission with a view to enhancing its capacity. We thank you. I would now give the floor to civil society organizations. We have 5 requests for the floor. Let us start with Equality Now, number 281. They are not here. I call upon Amnesty International. Amnesty International.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Special Rapporteur, in recent months, the Egyptian authorities have renewed their campaign of arbitrarily detaining and unlawfully deporting refugees and asylum seekers solely on the basis of their immigration status, in violation of the principle of non-refoulement and Egypt's own asylum law. Since late December 2025, police officials in plain clothes have arbitrarily arrested and detained nationals of Syria, Sudan, South Sudan, and other sub-Saharan African countries from the streets or their workplaces in cities across the country following identity checks. Amnesty International has documented the arbitrary arrest of 22 refugees and asylum seekers, including 1 child and 2 women, between late December 2025 and 5th February 2026 in Cairo, Giza, Al-Qayyubia, and Alexandria governorates. Among them, security forces have deported in February 2026 at least 1 Syrian asylum seeker registered with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, or UNHCR. The other 21 were arbitrarily detained in police stations pending deportation, despite having orders of release or pending residency renewal appointments with the Immigration Department. The authorities failed to publish official deportation figures, while Egyptian human rights NGOs estimate that between 3,000 and 5,000 refugees and asylum seekers were deported in January and February 2026. Targeted refugees and asylum seekers were detained and deported for lacking valid residence permits, regardless of their registration status with UNHCR or proof of appointments to renew their permits. These appointments, which are administered by Egypt's Ministry of Interior General Department of Passports, Immigration and Nationality, are often delayed owing to government backlog, with refugees and asylum seekers reporting having to wait up to 3 years for appointments. The police refused to release many of those arrested despite orders from the prosecution for their release, instead continuing to detain them without judicial review or the ability to challenge the legality of their detention. The customary international law principle of non-refoulement places an obligation on Egypt not to return anyone to a place where they would be at risk of serious human rights violations. Additionally, Egypt's asylum law, which remains incompatible with international law, prohibits the extradition of recognized refugees to their country of origin or habitual residence. The consequences of these arrests and deportations are far-reaching. Children are unable to attend school, while adults can neither attend university nor work out of fear of being arrested. These violations are taking place while authorities fail to tackle racist and xenophobic speech in traditional and social media, which blames foreign nationals for economic burdens, involvement in criminal activity, and links them to vague national security concerns. We therefore call on the Special Rapporteur to urge Egyptian authorities to 1. Immediately halt mass arbitrary arrests of refugees and asylum seekers solely on migration grounds or for entering the country irregularly, and ensure that all those seeking refuge in Egypt are provided with prompt, safe, and dignified entry and unrestricted access to fair and effective asylum procedures. Second, to immediately halt all refugees and asylum seekers, or rather to immediately release all refugees and asylum seekers arbitrarily detained. And third and finally, halt the deportation of people entitled to protection under international law, which risks violating the principle of non-refoulement, and refrain from forcibly returning anyone without individually assessing their protection needs and the human rights risks they may face upon their return. Thank you.
Thank
I now call upon International Commission of Jurists.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honorable commissaire, Madame la rapporteure, is deeply concerned at the systematic violation of the human rights of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants across North Africa. In Libya, criminal networks, often with connections to state-affiliated actors, continue to subject refugees and migrants to widespread and systematic arbitrary detention, unlawful killings, enforced disappearance, torture, and ill-treatment, including sexual and gender-based violence. Additionally, many refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants are recklessly and violently intercepted at sea and forcibly returned to Libya before being subjected to collective expulsion, placing them at further risk of serious harm. Meanwhile, Libya has failed to establish a legal framework for asylum claims. In Tunisia, National Guard officers have engaged in widespread acts of abuse against migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, including rape, ill-treatment, arbitrary detention, and collective expulsion. Employees of migrants' rights and anti-racism organizations have been arbitrarily arrested, detained, and prosecuted, including Saadia Mosbah, who in March 2026 was convicted and sentenced to 8 years imprisonment on baseless charges. Tunisia has failed to establish a legal framework for asylum claims and, since 2024, has prevented UNHCR from registering new arrivals, leaving hundreds of refugees and asylum seekers without access to international protection. In Egypt, the police and security authorities conduct mass arrests of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants, subjecting them to prolonged arbitrary detention and forced deportation in violation of the principle of non-refoulement. Egypt has also promulgated a new asylum law which, when in force, will transfer the responsibility for asylum applications from UNHCR to the Egyptian authorities. Under the law, the executive will be granted sweeping powers to reject asylum applications, revoke refugee status, and forcibly return refugees and asylum seekers on vague and overly broad grounds in clear violation of their rights. While recognizing that some of these violations may be facilitated by policies implemented by the European Union and its member states aimed at externalizing border control, the ICJ urges the Commission and African Union member states to call on countries of transit to take immediate steps to protect the human rights of refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants in accordance with international law, including the African Guidelines on the Human Rights of Migrants, Refugees, and Asylum Seekers. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup.
Chairperson, thank you very much, ICG. I've taken due note of your statement. I'd like to invite Mark for Peace. Mark for Peace, you have the floor. Now, African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, Dr. Mulai, you have the floor, please.
On behalf of the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, we want to congratulate the Special Rapporteur on refugees, migrants, and IDPs on the comprehensive report. And we extend also our thanks for the activities that is implemented during the intersession between October and May. Actually, the urgent letter appeal. The African Center notes with the grave concern the situation of migrants in Northern Africa has reached a critical point. The region is witnessing severe, systematic human rights violation against migrants, especially those from sub-Saharan Africa. Migrants in Northern Africa face systematic xenophobia, discrimination, racism, and even slavery. Practices that are not isolated incidents, but intrusive pattern across several states. As you know, Special Rapporteur, there are two routes in Africa. One that goes from Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia to Sudan, and then they reach Libya when the migrants find themselves kidnapped, discriminated, sold in a market, in difficult situations, especially women and children. The other route, as we know also, from Central Africa to Ivory Coast, to Niger, to Northern Africa, to Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. Also, the situation is very difficult for them in their routes. In the desert, they find themselves without food. So, Honorable Commissioner, we have documented in Northern Africa and the Sahel sexual violence, torture, and forced group expulsion of dangerous border zones, and racist incitement. In Libya, for example, a major transit hub of 850,000 migrants operating under a brutal authority, systematic arbitrary detention, forced labor, disappearance, mass grave discoveries, and contemporary form of slavery. We have documented also systematic torture, rape by security forces, extortion, and collective expulsion facilitated by agreement between Northern African countries and the European Union. These violations are embedded in broader regional system. Externalization, for example, European Union Northern African Agreement, funding, equipment, training, aimed at curbing the flows of exacerbated abuses. The European Union has been accused of complicity in this human rights violation. The second, Honorable Commissioner, we have some recommendation. The first recommendation, conduct a follow-up mission in line with the resolution of the African Commission 645 of 2025. The Commission must send an investigative mission to Northern African countries. This would verify allegations of systematic violation, including slavery, xenophobia, and racism, and ensure that migration agreements respect the principle of non-refoulement and prohibit collective expulsion. Secondly, demand transparency of agreement. The Commission must require the public disclosure and independent assessment of all bilateral migration agreements in order to avoid any closure that compromise human rights. Third, require North African states to implement national law that respect the right of migrants. Domestic legal framework must be brought into conformity with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and international standards. This includes ending arbitrary detention, criminalizing racial discrimination and human trafficking, and ensure equal access to justice, health, and housing for all migrants, regardless of their status. 4, promote the Pan-African approach. The Commission should urge states to ratify the protocol on the African Charter on nationality and eradication of statelessness. It should also support the operationalization of the African Union Migration Policy Framework for Africa 2018 and 2030, which right-centered in order to counterbalance the current security forces. And last, we call on your mechanism to issue a resolution that asks the North African countries to respect the right of migrants. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Narchi.
After that last statement, I would like to bring a close to discussions and give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Salma Safi Safeh to answer the questions that have been put to her and make her final remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for the floor.
Thank you. Following the presentation of my intercession report, I would like to thank all those who intervened. And I would like to say that the recommendations coming from the different individuals and institutions will be taken care of. As for the South African Republic, I would like to thank the representative of South Africa and congratulate her for sharing with us this information about the measures that the government is taking there in order to guarantee and protect the rights of the immigrants and taking into account the challenges facing South Africa, similar to many other African states, whether in the north or south. Thank you for sharing this information, and we'll take everything you said into consideration. As for the representative of Angola, okay, would like to thank you for what you have said and the correction of the information and measures taken by the government of Angola to provide the support to the to the affected persons in your country. And also like to avail the opportunity to call all African states to put into account the principle of solidarity as well as sharing of burden whenever the matter of refugees and immigrants is taken care, because the burden is huge and could not be handled by one country whatsoever measures they are having. Thank you for that. As for His Excellency Ambassador of Sudan, thank you for your congratulations on submitting this report. And also like to thank you for the additional information that you shared with us, and particularly with regard to the issues of the returning of the Sudanese immigrants after the improvement of some areas in the country. Will definitely take into account the matter of the prisoners. This is a very important issue. We'll take that one in the upcoming report. And with your request for the copy of the report, I'd like to tell you that the report is available at the website of the African Commission, and you can access it easily. As for the Republic of Tunisia, I'd like to thank Madam the representative of the delegation of Tunisia for the all additional information provided to highlight the legal framework as well as the principles of the state of Tunisia in handling the matters of immigrants. Taking into account all these facts, that will help us in considering some of the matters contained in the report. Also, I would like to encourage the Republic of Tunisia to respond to the urgent appeals and calls that we filed to them. And we acknowledge what you said, that you are in the process of submitting your reports. But what we want to say is that we need, since there are urgent appeals, try your best to send your responses as fast as possible. We need this constructive dialogue between the member states and the Commission, since we are partners in protecting human rights. It is very important to receive these responses from you. Also, I'd like to thank you, Madam, for sharing all the procedures taken by the state of Tunisia to protect the human rights in a general manner. As for Algeria, I would like to thank you as well for this intervention and your statement that African states should activate the principle of solidarity and sharing of burden. And also thank you for the continuous support Algeria is providing to the Sahrawi refugees. Also, I'd like to affirm that the African Commission is all the time support these Sahrawi refugees, and we will do our best in accordance with the African Charter and other instruments to support and protect the rights of the Sahrawi refugees in particular. As for the representative of the AUC, let me thank you for this intervention and thank you for coordinating and continuous support between our African Commission and African Union Commission, AUC. As for representative of the Human Rights Commission in Senegal, your intervention was very courageous and successful. And also like to thank you for raising the matter that in order for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to carry out its mandate, it needs that financial and material support. Let me move now to the civil society organizations, and before moving there, I would like to request all the organizations that took the floor to submit to us in their statements, and in order to capture the recommendations that are addressed to us, and starting with Amnesty International. I think their intervention was about the situation of the Sudanese refugees and asylum seekers in Egypt. We have covered broad matters of detention, expulsion, and just what we want to say here, that these issues that you have raised were also a subject matter of an urgent appeal submitted to the Republic of Egypt on the 11th of February 2026. In that urgent appeal to Egypt, the Commission is highlighted the situation of the Sudanese refugees in Egypt, and we are still waiting for the response of the Republic of Egypt. And we encourage Egypt to cooperate with us in this regard. As for the ICG, I'd like to thank you for this intervention in which you highlighted the issue of the immigrants and the asylum seekers and refugees in Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt. And you have stated a number of violations that were committed against this group of people. Thank you for the information. Part of them have been considered in our report, the report that I have submitted. And I saw you have highlighted the immigration law adopted in Egypt at the end of the year 2024. I have the opportunity to discuss with the Egyptian delegation when they submitted their report in last October. And we will continue discussing this matter because this law is not yet entered into force, but this is according to the information that we have. So they have established a committee to follow up the matter, but the law was not enforced yet. And the final intervention of the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. I'd like to thank you for your statement and the recommendations that you have highlighted. So the only one point that I didn't cover in in my presentation, which is already there in the written version. It is about these agreements, bilateral agreements between the African states and the European side. In that report also, we have mentioned this issue, and we consider that a matter to be discussed in order to see how they are complying with the obligations of the African states in the protection of human and people's rights. Also, you made a request to reveal or highlight the content of these bilateral agreements with the European Union and African countries or with regard to the handling the matters of migrants and their territories. There is another issue that raised our concern, that is the European Union recently took a decision in which it approved the principle of safe state. This matter raised concern for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights because in that list of the European Union, there are a number of African countries. Accordingly,
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. On behalf of all my colleagues, I'd like to congratulate you for the good presentation of this comprehensive report. To bring a close.
Then
Bon appétit.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e do Desporto.
البلد المضيف اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel gu yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année, qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together, we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together, we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats. We would resume our meeting after the just concluded coffee break. According to the program, we should now look at item number 4, the situation of human rights in Africa. We have 1 hour for that exercise, and thereafter, we would have the activities report presented by Honorable Commissioner Lumbu. So I will open item number 4, situation of human rights, and we would start with the statements by the state parties. I will now give the floor to the Republic of Zimbabwe. Madam Nimeba, Republic of Zimbabwe, you have the floor, Madam.
Chairperson and Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe acknowledges the statement presented by the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights and appreciates the opportunity to provide context and the government's position on the issues raised. The Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, gazetted on the 16th of February 2026, is part of Zimbabwe's ongoing constitutional refinement process to align the legal framework with the country's developmental priorities and the lived realities of Zimbabweans. The proposed amendments, including the rationalization of certain commissions and the review of electoral administration functions, are intended to reduce duplication, improve efficiency, and strengthen service delivery. These are matters within the sovereign legislative competence of Parliament as provided for in the Constitution of Zimbabwe. At its core, the bill transcends the narrow confines of partisan agendas, embodying instead a collection of institutional reforms that are unchangeably robust, historically transformative, and purposefully oriented towards future generations. This is clearly in service to national interest, which is supreme. The bill stands as a cohesive, meticulously evidence-based antidote to the entrenched governance impediments that have afflicted Zimbabwe for over 3 decades. Further, the bill is also critically informed by judicial precedents, resounding societal aspirations, and illuminating comparative experiences across Africa. The government maintains that the bill is subject to the full constitutional process, including public participation. Public hearings were conducted across the country and millions of Zimbabweans participated and expressed their views. The government remains committed to ensuring that any amendments uphold constitutionalism, public participation, and the rule of law. Chairperson, the Constitution of Zimbabwe guarantees freedoms of assembly, association, and expression. At the same time, these rights are not absolute and are to be exercised within the bounds of the law and may be limited to maintain public order and national security, among other considerations. The exercise of these rights also entails a duty on individuals to safeguard and not injure the rights of others, including protecting public interest. The government does not condone unlawful actions by any group, and where allegations of such conduct arise, they are investigated and prosecuted by competent authorities. Mr. Chairperson, on the reassignment of the former chairperson of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, this is an administrative matter conducted in accordance with the constitutional functions of the President and does not undermine the independence or mandate of the institutions. Further, the matter is before the courts and the government awaits the outcome of the proceedings. Zimbabwe has a zero tolerance policy towards torture and ill treatment. All allegations are taken seriously and are subject to investigation and prosecution by the relevant authorities. regarding the detention of Mr. Godfrey Karembera and other cases before the courts, the government underscores that these matters are sub judice. The judiciary in Zimbabwe is independent and all accused persons are entitled to due process and fair trial as enshrined in the Constitution. The government remains engaged in dialogue with public sector workers, including nurses and teachers, to address welfare and remuneration concerns. This dialogue is conducted in a tripartite framework that guarantees all stakeholder participation and minimize disruptions to service provision. Further, this process does not eliminate the right to peaceful protest as guaranteed by the Constitution. However, it must be exercised lawfully and peacefully. Chairperson, Zimbabwe is committed to sustainable development and balancing investment and community rights. Mining is a key pillar within the fulfillment of our national aspirations of Vision 2030. Considerable reforms and safeguards are being established, including legislative, policy, and administrative measures. These include the amendment of the Mines and Minerals Act, as well as the Environmental Management Act, to modernize the regulatory framework, improve environmental compliance, community participation, and value addition and beneficiation. In conclusion, Ms. Chairperson, whilst committed to the socio-economic transformation of Zimbabwe, in pursuit of our national aspiration of an upper middle income society for all by 2030, the government remains dedicated to the protection, promotion, and fulfillment of human rights for its citizens and the rule of law. Zimbabwe remains open to constructive dialogue with the Commission and all stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State. Thank you for that statement. The Commission has taken note of the decisions that you have taken. I will now call on the South African Commission, the NHRI of South Africa, who is intervening online. Let me now give the floor to the civil society organizations who requested it. Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, 366. They will intervene online. Are they online? Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya. Now, Center for Human Rights, Sabelo Gumeje, 116. Are they here? Now, the Human Rights Institute of South Africa, number 253, are they online?
constitutional reforms. On the 10th of March, Parliament Speaker Jacob Mudenda announced Cabinet approval of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment, championed by Justice Minister Ziyambi and aligned with ZANU-PF agenda. The bill seeks to expand the presidential term, from 5 to 7 years and replace direct presidential elections with parliamentary selections. Critics have argued that these proposals weaken democratic accountability and undermine citizens' constitutional right to directly elect their president. In South Africa, attacks against whistleblower and grassroots activists continue to raise serious concerns about the protection of human rights defenders. On the 30th of March, whistleblower Matamani Rantofu was reportedly assassinated after preparing to expose a 16 million fraud scheme linked to the Mfuleni local municipality. Earlier on the 12th of February, Zweli Mkhize, a leader of Abatlali Simjondolo, which is a sharecrollers movement, was killed in what appeared to be a targeted attack in Gauteng. Since 2005, at least 26 members of the movement have been killed because of their activism, yet only 2 cases have resulted in conviction. And in Eswatini, civic and political freedom remains severely restricted. Student activist Menzi Bongeka Mbembe has remained in prolonged detention under the 2008 Suppression of Terrorism Act. And in terms of civic space and freedom of association, across Southern Africa, civic space continues to shrink as government increasingly use legal, administrative, and coercive measures to restrict civic participation and freedom of association. In Zambia, the adoption of the Constitution of Zambia bill introduced new constituencies and a mixed member proportional representation system ahead of the 2026 election. Although the government presented the reform as a means to improve representation and parliamentary efficiency, civil society organizations have raised concern about inadequate public consultation, rash legislative procedure, and political threats to democratic accountability. And in Malawi, district councils are introducing bylaws that impose additional registration requirements, licensing fees, and compliance obligations on civil society organizations. These measures have created a parallel regulatory system that increase administrative and financial burdens, particularly for smaller and community-based organizations. And in South Africa, the country's removal from the Financial Action Task Force grey list in October was welcomed as a progress in strengthening financial governance. However, attacks against migrants and refugees has intensified during the reporting period. Anti-migrant groups, including Operation Dudula and March and March movement, have continued to target foreign nationals through protests, intimidation, and threats related to access to schools, healthcare, housing, and informal trading. Their actions have occurred despite the Gauteng High Court issuing an interdict prohibiting Operation Dudula from harassing, threatening, or intimidating migrants. And then in Botswana, consultation on the Constitution Amendment Bill to establish a constitutional court marked a positive step toward constitutional reform. However, concerns remain that reliance on traditional Gotla-based consultation may exclude broader public participation and admit inclusive engagement. And in terms of freedom of expression, in Zimbabwe, on the 9th of March, police in Zimbabwe launched an operation to arrest Bless Mlanga, a senior editor of Alpha Media Holdings, after he criticized media repression at an international summit. Authorities sought to charge him under the controversial Patriotic Act despite a prior court ruling declaring the provision unconstitutional. On the 4th of February, Information Minister Jemfan Musere warned citizens against insulting or defaming public officials online, particularly in relation to the controversial 2030 agenda. And in Zambia, police have used the Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act to detain opposition figures, including Brian Mundembili and Fred Ndembe, over alleged online offense and criticism of government actions. And in Malawi, journalists from Zodiac Broadcast Station and TV Islam were physically assaulted while covering court proceedings involving senior political figures. In South Africa, Heidi Giokos faced a racist online abuse and personal attacks after challenging misinformation during an interview at the World Economic Forum annual meeting. We call upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights through its special mandate to do the following: to urge the Kingdom of Eswatini to immediately and unconditionally release Menzi Bongeka Bembe and all those detained for peaceful political activity, release prisoner of conscience Mududizi Basenji Mabuza, and lift all restrictions on Tendeni Dube. We urge South Africa to conduct urgent, independent, and impartial, transparent investigation into the killing of Matamani Ratofu, Zwelin Kinze, and Tebufo Sean Papile Toko, ensure the immediate protection of Abba Taliba Sinjondolo, and safety of the 6 members of the Nkanini Branch Council who have gone into hiding due to security threats. And we also urged support for the Special Rapporteur on refugee asylum seekers, migrants, and internally displaced persons to be accompanied by the Country Rapporteur on South Africa to conduct a fact-finding mission to South Africa with a view of assisting the country to initiate a national dialogue. And in Botswana, to ensure that consultation reform processes are inclusive, transparent, and participatory, allowing meaningful input from all citizens. And urge Zimbabwe to ensure that the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill is subjected to inclusive, transparent, and meaningful public consultation, and uphold citizens' right to directly elect the president. And intimidation, surveillance, and violence against civil society, opposition actors, and citizens engaging on constitutional reform. Release all individuals arbitrarily detained for exercising their rights.
May I ask you to conclude now?
Such as Godfrey Karimbere. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, thank you.
To align the implementation of the PVO Amendment Act with Article 10 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which guarantees the right to freedom of association. And in Malawi, to halt the implementation of restrictive district bylaws that...
Yeah, please, your time is exhausted. May I ask you to conclude now?
Now, let me thank you. Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, number 366, Leticia Madisi.
Kenya is a premier women's rights organization in Kenya that is dedicated to advancing gender equality, access to justice, and the protection of women and girls from all forms of discrimination and violence. We reaffirm our commitment to the promotion and protection of women's rights and fundamental freedoms in Kenya. We highlight today 3 critical areas concerning women's rights in Kenya and in Africa: ending violence against women and girls in Kenya with a focus on technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, access to justice for vulnerable women and girls, and women's political participation in leadership and decision-making spaces ahead of the 2027 general election. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Commission, FIDA Kenya acknowledges Kenya's efforts in ending violence against women and girls in Kenya through legal and policy reforms, institutional strengthening, and capacity, including the formation of a technical working group to respond to the increasing number of femicide and GBV cases. Despite this significant effort, FIDA Kenya wishes to reiterate that violence against women and girls continue to be a threat to their lives, and there is need to declare femicide and GBV a national crisis with an accountability response to be enforced immediately, especially as we prepare ourselves for the 2027 general elections. FIDA Kenya continues to receive cases of femicide and GBV, including digital violence that threaten the rights of women and girls. In a report that was conducted by WIRD-C and FIDA Kenya, the report highlighted that the prevalence of technology-facilitated abuse is most commonly reported as a form of psychological or emotional abuse and harassment. Tech-facilitated abuse or exploitation is also significant. We urge the Kenya government to declare GBV, including femicide and technology-facilitated abuse, a national crisis. We further urge our Kenyan government to fast-track the implementation of the national AI strategy and all other technology and AI legal and policy frameworks to ensure digital safety and literacy as an emergent concern. We further urge our government to put in place legislative and policy reforms to address all forms of new and emerging forms of violence against women. And finally, we urge our Kenyan government to implement with immediate effect the recommendations of the reports of the task force of the Technical Working Group on GBV, including femicide. We urge the Commission to emphasize the recognition of the emerging threats of technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, and demand Kenya and member states to implement existing guidelines and strengthen existing frameworks to be accountable in protecting the rights of women and girls to enjoy a digital environment that is safe and dignified. FIDA Kenya commends the Kenyan government in its efforts to enable women and girls to access justice in various government institutions. FIDA, as a key stakeholder, recognizes the initiatives that the government has made, including launching legal aid justice centers in October 2025. We urge the Kenyan government to continue its efforts in enabling access to justice to women and girls in all their diversities and to remove all barriers affecting their access to justice, including providing digital literacy programs. Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, Kenya is having its general elections in the year 2027, and despite having a progressive constitution, 16 years later, the realization of the two-thirds gender principle in Kenya to promote women's political participation in leadership and decision-making spaces is still a challenge. We urge the Kenyan government to fast-track the implementation of the realization of the two-thirds gender principle ahead of the general elections 2027 to enforce the recommended gender principle. We further urge the Commission, through its mandate, to recognize the need to realize the two-thirds gender principle in Kenya as a fundamental right to promote and protect the rights of women and girls in political leadership and decision-making. Finally, we call upon the Kenyan government to act with immediate effort to declare GBV, including femicide, a national crisis and dedicate a full frontal response to implement the recommendations of the task force of the Technical Working Group. We call upon the African Commission to enforce its mandate to promote and protect the rights of women and girls and continue recognizing the prevalence of violence against women and girls in Kenya and demand for compliance to be accorded according to the human rights principles to ensure that women and girls in Kenya are protected and their rights are promoted to achieve gender equality. Thank you, Honorable Commission.
Thank you very much. Your statement has been noted. We have just exhausted the request for floors from the society organization. I'd like to suspend the item 4 and start with item 6, which is the activity report of members of the Commission. The Commission will listen to the report of Rami Loengumu. Thank you, the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Reprisals in Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Since it's the first time I'm taking the floor since morning, allow me to greet you all, the Vice Chairperson, the other fellow commissioners, state representatives, NHRI representatives, and members of the civil society. I am presenting this intersession report in my capacity as Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Reprisals, focal point on reprisals and judicial independence in Africa. This report is also presented to the August Assembly. In my capacity as a country rapporteur, as concerns the Algerian Republic, Republic of Algeria, the Republic of Cameroon, the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Mali, and the Republic of Togo. I would like, by way of introduction, point out that this report is submitted in accordance with Article 25, Paragraph 3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of 2020. It is subdivided in 5 parts. The first part, which is on activities as a commissioner, member of the commission. The second part that narrates activities as a member or as a focal point on judicial independence, and the third part will be activities conducted as special rapporteur on reprisals, and the fourth part is an analysis of the situation on human rights, and the last part is devoted to recommendations. Under the first part, we would like to present to you the activities that we conducted as a commissioner, in my capacity as commissioner. And in this slide, we took part in the 86th ordinary session of the commission that took place from 23 February to 3 March 2026. And during this session, the commission reviewed the observed communication and adopted final remarks, the document on which I have made my own modest inputs so that it can be improved substantially. I did this jointly with my colleagues. I also took part in the human rights promotion mission to the Central African Republic. This mission took place from 19 to 23 April 2026. It is a mission in which the chairperson of the commission also took part, Honorable Idris Sasso, and Honorable Louise Marie Abomo, who was part of the delegation as well. And during this mission, we held discussions with the Commission, because in the Central African Republic, we have the Truth and Reconciliation and Reparation Committee. The objective was to share good practices that happen in other countries and invite coordinators of this important structure in the Central African Republic to draw inspiration from the experience of similar structures that exist in Africa. And I proposed to them to get in touch with FONAREV and the CRVA, which are structures that are in charge of these issues in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that are doing some good work. In my capacity as a member and of the committee and working group set up by the Commission, I took part under the leadership of Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo. I took part in a few meetings that she chaired on the litigation matters in the African Commission and Human and People's Rights, while providing my modest input for the improvement of our institution. Similarly, I also took part as a member of the Resolutions Committee that I have joined now for some time. I made my input for the scrupulous review of relevant resolutions and make recommendations for the qualitative improvement of our resolutions. I would also like to inform you about a few activities that I conducted in my capacity as a country rapporteur for monitoring the human rights situation in a few countries that I mentioned earlier: Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Togo. And in this slide, you would see that we sent out a few letters, and they vary based on the nature of the facts. It could be urgent appeal letters, letters of concern, even letters of congratulations from time to time. Hence, a letter as far as the Algerian Republic of Algeria is concerned, we sent out 5 letters. A letter of concern regarding the provisional detention of journalist Abdallah Ali, Ishish and Omar Ferhat. It was a letter that I addressed jointly with the Honorable Commissioner Uvena Garisha Topsi Sono. Another letter of concern concerned the arrest, detention, and conviction of 4 Algerian citizens, 3 of whom are academics. In this letter, we express concern about the restriction of intellectuals' freedom of expression and the increasing criminalization of online speech. Another letter of concern that was drafted and sent out on 9, the first was 24th February, the second 9 April, the third was on 9 April, and this concerned the administrative closure restrictive measures taken against its members. In 29 April, another letter of concern regarding allegations of judicial harassment against Mr. Abdel Krim Zegilej. And on 12 May, another letter concerning Mr. Ali Mameri and the human rights defender, Mr. Mohamed Tajadid, concerning the Republic of Cameroon. We actually drafted a press release and three letters of concern. That was in October 2025. That was after the presidential elections that were held in that country. Post-election violence, about the situation of human rights in Cameroon. It was published on the African Union Commission site. And another letter of concern that was that concerned the death in custody of Mr. Ekane Anise George, and the NGO Forum also requested a minute of silence on the silence of that forum. Mr. Ekane Anise George is a leading opposition figure who died in custody. And one of the lowest, with one of the lowest figures comparatively to other similar organs such as the Inter-American Commission. Those who regularly listen to me have always decried that since the 40 years after the entry into force of the Charter and 45 years after its adoption, the continent hasn't actually dealt with 1,000 cases, not even up to 900 for 40 years. So I'd like to seize this opportunity to appeal to the Commission on Human Rights, or the Human Rights Institution, not to just conduct monitoring, because these litigation, human rights cases exist, and they have to bring cases to the Commission. Monitor the situation at the national level, and when they exhaust the remedies, to help the victims to come to the Commission on Human and People's Rights. That's also a mission, also an avenue that I'm inviting them to explore, so that they can give another image of litigation or human rights litigation on our continent. In my capacity as rapporteur, I organized in Dakar, in Senegal, from 9 to 11 April 2026, the first consultation and multi-stakeholder, like I said yesterday, bringing together the state, the civil society, a few national human rights institutions. That's just a sample, because we could not invite everybody. The African Declaration on the Promotion of the Role of Human Rights and People's Rights Defenders. This declaration is appended to this report. The special rapporteur will always be open and available to all stakeholders to continue considering their remarks, and we'll probably reflect them in the final draft that will be submitted to the African Commission. We are only starting discussions, and we'll continue doing so. I also took part in my capacity as special rapporteur in the launching of the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That was recently in late April. We know that the civil society organizations in each country pool their efforts in a coalition and organize themselves in that way so that they can carry out group activities. And the Democratic Republic of Congo launched its national coalition, and I was invited, and we spent three good days on discussing issues on human rights before that coalition was launched. This takes me to, there's a summary on everything that has been done on page 17, everything that has been done, letter of urgent appeals, letters of concern, appreciation. You'll find all those on page 17 as we have summarized. Now I would like to move on to the response from state. And during that period, the mechanism received 4 responses, whereas so many letters had been sent out. I would like to refer here to the Angolan authorities who responded to the urgent appeal letter dated 15 September 2025. We received the response, and the letter concerned allegations of excessive use of force, killings, and arbitrary detentions during the demonstrations in July 2025. The Egyptian authorities, in response to the letter of concern sent on 9 February 2026 on allegations of arbitrary arrest and judicial harassment against the human rights defender Mr. Ahmed Duma. The Algerian authorities also responded to positively to letters of concern sent on concerning the administrative closure and sealing of the premises of the association SOS Disparu, as well as the provided response on the arrest, detention, and conviction of 4 Algerian citizens, including 3 academics. The Algerian authorities also responded and shed light on the arrest and remand in custody of journalists Abdelali Mezkishish and Omar Ferrat. Under Part 4, we are analyzing the situation of human rights defenders in Africa, everywhere except a few countries. The human rights defenders need a national framework, a conducive environment for their work. There are so many laws that are missing on human rights defenders, apart from a few countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Burkina Faso, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. That is the sole country in Central Africa to have its own law. 3 countries in West Africa, and everywhere we can hear this law that will enable human rights defenders to work in a conducive environment. Efforts are underway in the Central African Republic. We were there in a promotion mission. A law had been adopted, but before its enactment, after review of oversight of compatibility of the Constitution, the law was deemed incompatible in many of its provisions and required redrafting. So the head of state sent it for rereading. Also, efforts are being made in Gabon. They've already come up with a draft law. Cameroon as well. A bill or draft law, and we discussed that with the National Human Rights Commission that provided indications, and said that the stakeholders who work in Cameroon should give the priority to the draft law passing through the members of the government instead of a bill, so that their causes can be well defended. There are so many laws that are still missing, and a practice that seems keep on restricting and criminalize the work of human rights defenders, I'd like to invite states to assist defendants to work in that environment, in a very good environment. Hence, the importance of this declaration, because where the states are cover and protect them even further. Concerning freedom of association and assembly in Africa during the intercession period, unfortunately, we didn't note any major positive development in many countries. The country is still countries are still even where they have set up a training system. We have the impression that we are still under a lot of repression. A few countries have been actually pointed out in regards to the freedom of association and assembly. I mentioned a few: Angola, the entry into force of law number 226 on NGOs promulgated on 19 February 2026 in Angola. These are the information where this information that got to us did not really take that into account. That's not a fault, but it also didn't really protect the civil society adequately with regard to freedom of assembly. And even in Cote d'Ivoire, everything is in the report. We just want to exhort and encourage states not to be negligent and to continue keeping an eye on the guidelines on the freedom of association and assembly in Africa so that they can improve internal practices, because the freedom of assembly and association enables a state to breathe. It's a breather for a state. That is the goal of the freedom of association and assembly. That is the mouthpiece of the African Charter to express itself verbally and through peaceful protest. But if we get stuck in this level, it's like we are stifling all the other rights of the African Charter, because people can speak, people can't protest. That is why the special rapporteur is insisting and inviting states to continue using the guidelines that have been made available to them on the freedom of assembly and association in Africa, because that's where they will draw the best practices, that's where they will draw the best principles to improve their laws in their respective countries. And the African Commission, in a spirit of support, these were not confrontations at all. I like to emphasize that, but support, so that together with states we can find a common ground that will enable us to go make progress and move forward. As regards the issue of reprisals in Africa, the situation is not a very bright one. We noted so many cases and names. Some were cases that had been tackled, but others were emblematic. And in this area, I could mention, for example, Julie Kabazela Nkize, and a local leader of the Abahana Lib movement, Joe Ndolo, and in Southern Africa, in the context of violence against the militants of right to housing and against impunity against aggression took place in South Africa, reprisals against human rights defenders. I would also like to mention, for example, still in Africa, Mrs. Magda Mani Rantsofu, a whistleblower that was preparing to expose a fraud case involving about 16 million and rand linked to debt manipulation within the Mfuleni municipality in South Africa's Vaal region, who also suffered reprisals. I also mentioned the case. There are so many names. Vigado Luis Balanta, president of the Politera movement, civil society militant. This is in Guinea-Bissau. They also suffered reprisals in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Violence and torture perpetrated by the AFCM 23 against human and people's rights defenders in the DRC. And they continue to inflict reprisals against human rights defenders on this part of the national territory. That's the case of Mrs. Binwa Asani and Mrs. Ogwa Aplin, who are both human rights defenders and members of the local Peace and Human Rights Committee in the south of Kivu in Kalungwe. They were protesting against the AFC M3's decision to expel civilians from certain villages in southern Uvira. They were brutalized and put under difficulty.
Be able to also, let me go to conclusions and recommendations. Many of them are not new. I needn't read them to you, but what's important is to highlight that in this report, we highlight some of the issues in the report because they continue. We have a table as an annex which indicates the summary of the concerning situations. We don't want to make accusations, but to highlight where this dialogue is needed between us as a commission and the leaders in the countries where human rights defenders' rights have been infringed upon or reprisals have been taken. So we've documented cases. These cases have been verified, and we thank the countries that have responded. For those who have not yet responded, well, it's never too late. We would be happy to receive your responses, and this will be used in future analyses of what needs to be done. And when steps are taken or responses are provided, we will mention it and commend those states. So, Honorable Chair, this report is available on the website. You had asked me to summarize it. I tried to summarize it as much as I could. I didn't read it verbatim. So I am available if there are any questions, if there is any contesting of the information, or if it's just remarks, I am open. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for this exhaustive report that you have provided for the intercessionary period. There is a list of speakers that we have. Firstly, member states.
South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. We thank the Commissioner for the comprehensive presentation of his report. My delegation note with concern the report on the deteriorating situation of the judicial independence in certain countries. We agree with you on the importance that member states need to ensure judicial independence is upheld and that there are no interference with their work, in particular from political cycles. We also appreciate your analysis on the human rights situation in Africa, in particular on the issue of appraisal. Chairperson, my delegation affirms South Africa's unwavering commitment in protecting human rights defenders. Apartheid was defeated in South Africa by the relentless activists. Our democratic constitution was written in their sacrifices. Therefore, protecting defenders is our historic duty. In South Africa, human rights defenders operate within a robust framework of constitutional protection rather than a singly dedicated piece of legislation. Fundamental rights such as freedom of expression, freedom of association, and the right to peaceful assembly form the bedrock of their advocacy work. The Constitutional Court further plays an important role in upholding the rights of civil society organizations to pursue public interest litigation, promote institutional accountability, and contribute specialized expertise as friends of the court. Complementing this judicial oversight, the Equality Court provides an accessible legal platform for human rights defenders to challenge hate speech, harassment, and unfair discrimination without the burden of high court fees. Additionally, when defenders face challenges such as arbitrary arrest or misconduct by law enforcement, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate offers a crucial mechanism for accountability through its independent mandate to investigate police brutality and deaths in custody. Chairperson, on the issue of whistleblowers, South Africa is overhauling its whistleblowing frameworks by introducing the Protected Disclosures Bill of 2026, also known as Whistleblower Bill, to address some of the gaps which existed in the previous legislative frameworks. The 2026 Whistleblower Bill is a landmark piece of legislation aimed at creating more secure and effective framework for exposing corruption. Its goal is to provide whistleblowers with much-needed legal protection and financial security, ensuring that those who expose wrongdoing aren't the ones who suffer for it. Chairperson, my delegation acknowledges the receipt of the Commission's communication addressed to His Excellency President Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa concerning the tragic death of Mr. Zweli Kabazela Mkhize, a local leader of the Abahlali Basemjondolo movement, on 12 February 2026 in South Africa. The government of the Republic of South Africa takes these matters with the utmost seriousness, which is why the relevant national authorities are actively investigating this matter, and a response will be formally transmitted to the Commission in due course. I thank you. I thank you, Chair.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, Madame, pour la concision.
For your precision in your intervention. Remaining with member states, I would now like to give the floor to the Honorable Representative of the Democratic Republic of Algeria. You have the floor. Thank you, Vice Chair. We are thankful to the Special Rapporteur, Mr. Lemingo Ombo, for his report, and we reiterate our commitment to have constructive dialogue with the Commission on any issues. There have been significant developments in institutional steps taken for human rights protection in our country. However, we would like to make some comments. My delegation takes note of the reference made to the response sent to the Commission by the government. We demonstrate in our response our desire to continue to dialogue and work with the Commission. We would like to highlight that the effectiveness of the protection mechanisms based on official channels of communication and the acknowledgement of receipt of communications and responses is essential in building constructive dialogue between our government and the Commission. We would like to express concern in the communications with Algeria and the Commission. We receive the most communications from the Commission, very many communications as far as human rights violations. It seems to be so much more than what other bodies send or highlight in our case. We know that you have a vital role to play in human rights, and we, of course, want to ensure that effective implementation of your mandate is upheld. However, exchanges need to be constructive between the Commission and states parties. Thirdly, the report in paragraph 66 on page 23 says that there was a 12 May communication sent to us and that we have not responded. My condition feels that it would be good in an effort to have constructive dialogue that we do not include such aspects because the states concerned need to have sufficient time to respond. In paragraph 61 on page 20, there was a mention of 1,000 people since 2026 who received reprisals for publications. Well, we need additional information, methodologically speaking, and statistics to give specific information. We need clarity and precision here. We would also like there to be a specific distinction between procedure. Paragraph 66, page 23, talks about arbitrary detention. Information accessible to the public indicates different information on a specific person mentioned here. Algeria reaffirms its commitment to cooperate with the Commission and its mechanism in a spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and a balanced view of situations on the ground. We renew our full availability to work together to promote and protect human rights on the continent. And with that, I thank you. Thank you very much, the representative, for the attempted clarification and the issues you have raised. The floor is now to the Republic of Tunisia. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Mambo, for this report, which is very clear and demonstrates the activities that you carried out in the intercession. We have taken note of the comments you made on the human rights situation regarding Tunisia. You made some comments similar to Commissioner Sama in her report, we have tried to respond to your communications and try to respect the deadlines you've given us in terms of the human rights defenders' activities and those who have been subject to reprisals. I think I mentioned some of this earlier this morning. We have some information that we will be sending to the Commission in due time, but the Republic of Tunisia has responded to the urgent communication you sent to us. We have coordinated with the Central Information Service, and I assure you that you will receive an official response either tomorrow or a little later. We try to respond to all the communications we receive from you and to provide a response because we want to be able to continue to cooperate with you and respond urgently where urgent responses are required. Communications between you and the human rights mechanisms in our country can sometimes be an issue. The Republic of Tunisia did receive communications and appeals for responses. We need time to send the responses, but we would need you to also read the responses that we send you because some of the aspects mentioned in your report indicate that you have not read the responses. You talked about the Mr. Mahadi. I think this is a private matter. We would like to say that we did mention this in the response that we sent to you from the human rights institution in our country. So we did try and send you information on this. We've sent official information and we have tried to provide clarification where you requested it. I just want to assure you that all the recommendations that you've made is to improve this human rights system in our country. And this is the objective, and we acknowledge this. Thank you very much for your input in any case. It seems there are no other requests for the floor from the government delegation. So let me give the floor now to human rights institutions who may wish to take the floor. Mr. Diarra, the Secretary General, are you present? You have the floor. Mr. Diarra from Mali. The floor is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you. Let me move to the non-governmental organizations. I have a list here. So, International Service for Human Rights, you have the floor if you are present. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, we would like to invite states parties to the protocol to apply the international laws and to review the laws that are not in line with international human rights provisions, to seize reprisals against human rights defenders, to carry out transparent investigations where human rights defenders' rights have been infringed upon. And honorable commissioners, there are too many microphones on. We would like the African Commission to act with urgency, even now during the session in Banjul. The conference center canceled a side event of frontline defenders and other organizations following incitement by a third party. This is open repression of human rights defenders right in the face of the Commission, and it's a frequent violation of the protocol and violates access to information of all of us attending this meeting as well as the Commission. We would like the Commission to insist on a clear demarcation between the work of human rights defenders and political activities. There's so much repression on our continent. In Benin, the condition of journalists has not improved. There have been tensions since 14 July 2025. Very limited access of a journalist in Benin has been highlighted. Yusuf Sissoko has, since 23 March 2026 in Mali, he was arrested because he spoke about the Onitsha case. We've brought to your attention also the case of Mustafa, who is awaiting the death sentence. In Burkina Faso, freedom of association in Uganda as well. Given what is happening on the continent, we would like to highlight once again that the African Declaration on the Protection of Human Rights Defenders, which is being drawn up, needs to promote and protect the rights of human rights defenders. It should not be an instrument for further repression. It should serve as ensuring independence and legitimacy of the activities of human rights defenders. Thank you very much. The floor is now to Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights.
To address the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the situation of human rights defenders in Zimbabwe. Since the 85th session, the operating environment for HRDs has continued to deteriorate. With regard to the misuse of law to criminalize HRDs, authorities continue to selectively apply repressive legislation, including the sections of the Criminal Law Code and the Maintenance of Peace and Order Act, to suppress peaceful protests and restrict freedoms of assembly, association, and expression. These laws are increasingly used to intimidate HRDs and prevent legitimate civic engagement. With regard to attacks, abductions, and torture of HRDs, ZLHR documented several disturbing incidents. On 1 March 2026, a scheduled National Constitutional Assembly consultative meeting was violently disrupted by masked men acting in the presence of the Zimbabwe Republic Police. 19 participants were seriously injured. On 26 February 2026, the NCA members Nabot Sirori and Innocent Tarona were abducted, tortured, and left for dead after expressing dissenting views on the Constitutional Amendment Bill. HRDs continue to face reprisals for criticizing the bill, which seeks to extend term limits and weaken democratic institutions. With regard to prolonged detention of HRDs, a pattern of prolonged pretrial detention persists in politically sensitive cases. These detentions occur in overcrowded, inhumane, and degrading prison conditions. For instance, journalist Gideon Madzikatidze has been held over 2 months without bail. In another case, student activist Takunda Muka, a member of the ZANASU, was arrested on 3 April 2026 after attempting to report an assault connected to his participation in the public hearings. He has since been charged with malicious damage to property, denied bail, and remains in pretrial detention. Similarly, youth activist and former president of ZANASU, Emmanuel Sitima, was arrested on 14 April and jointly charged with Takunda Muka. Prior to his arrest, he had actively mobilized opposition to the bill. His arrest and continued persecution appear directly linked to the exercise of his rights to freedom of expression. The described incidents demonstrate a broader and systematic pattern of reprisals against HRDs, lawyers, and civic actors in Zimbabwe. In light of the foregoing, Zetolocha urges the African Commission to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to implement Resolution 443 on the human rights situation in Zimbabwe, respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of assembly, association, expression, and peaceful protest, guarantee the safety and security of HRDs, and seize all forms of intimidation, harassment, and malicious prosecution, amend or repeal repressive laws restricting civic space, end arbitrary arrests, denial of bail, and prolonged pretrial detention of HRDs, ratify the Convention Against Torture and its optional protocols, and finally, ratify the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. Zetolocha remains committed to constructive engagement with the government to advance human rights and rule of law in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now call on Matt for peace. Matt for peace, are you here? Then the Tunisian Human Rights League, the Tunisian Human Rights League, Amnesty International.
Special Rapporteur's initiative on the Declaration on the Promotion of the Role of Human and People's Rights Defenders and Their Protection in Africa. However, substantial revision is needed to ensure it does not unintentionally restrict human rights defenders' legitimate work. The repeated reliance on undefined notions like African values, traditional values, family cohesion, public order, state security, and respect for authority risk enabling patriarchal, moralistic, and security-based repression against defenders. This language should be removed from the draft declaration to ensure that such vague notions are not used to justify attacks and restrict, stigmatize, criminalize, or delegitimize peaceful human rights work. Drafters should ensure it builds on progress achieved by the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, which was adopted by the UN General Assembly by consensus, and other human rights law and standards that have been developed over the past decade to protect human rights defenders who face risk because of who they are and the human rights they defend. We also wish to draw the Commission's attention to the deteriorating situation of human rights defenders working on the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex persons in Africa. We are concerned by the growing legislative trend in several African states to criminalize not only consensual same-sex relations, but also the so-called promotion, support, funding, or advocacy of homosexuality. These provisions directly threaten human rights defenders, lawyers, journalists, health workers, educators, and community-based organizations This trend appears to have been inspired by the Uganda's Anti-Homosexuality Act of 2023, which criminalizes consensual same-sex conduct, introduces the vague offense of promotion of homosexuality, and provides the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality. Similar models are now being replicated. In Burkina Faso and Mali, where similar provisions were introduced through the Code of Persons and Family in September 2025, and through revisions of the Penal Code in December 2024, respectively, human rights defenders have noted a rise in attacks and reprisals, including enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrests, and incommunicado detentions. In Ghana, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, currently under consideration in Parliament, would criminalize the promotion, sponsorship, and support of LGBT activities. In Senegal, we are witnessing a surge in attacks against LGBT persons, including human rights defenders and peer educators in HIV response, following the recent approval of legislation that doubles the maximum sentence for same-sex relation to 10 years and criminalizes efforts to promote homosexuality. These laws are incompatible with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, including the rights to equality, non-discrimination, dignity, freedom of expression, association, and assembly. They are also contrary to the Commission's Resolution 275, which condemns violence and other human rights violations based on real or imputed sexual orientation or gender identity. We urge the Commission to call on states to repeal these laws and to reject and repeal provision criminalizing the promotion, defense, and support or funding of LGBT rights. We further urge the Commission, including through the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, to engage concerned states and ensure that human rights defenders can work safely and freely without fear of intimidation, arrest, deregistration, violence, or any other form of reprisals. Defending the right of LGBT persons is legitimate human rights work. No one should be criminalized for who they are or for defending the dignity and right of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those clarifications. I will now give the floor to defenders.
Protocol duly observed. Defend Defenders and African Defenders commend the mandate for its continued interventions on issues affecting human rights defenders across the continent. We welcome the progress made on the tracker aimed at monitoring the implementation of the guidelines of freedom of association and assembly in Africa, and also encourage continued expert consultations on the draft declaration on the promotion of the role of human rights human and people's rights defenders. We draw your attention to the report of Defend Defenders published for its 20th anniversary on the right to protest, which is grounded in research across 24 African countries and in-depth findings from 4 focus countries, Mozambique, Senegal, and Uganda. Our research shows a deeply worrying reality for many Africans. Protesting against injustice is becoming ever more difficult and goes with multiple risks. Honorable Commissioner, as highlighted in your report, the situation of human rights defenders across Africa continues to deteriorate. This is evidenced in Tanzania, where the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the election-related killings of hundreds of civilians was submitted to the head of states with indications that it may not be made fully public. Such actions undermine transparency and accountability, further entrench impunity, and deny victims and their families meaningful access to justice. Defend Defenders expresses its strong solidarity with the Ligue Tunisienne des Droits de l'Homme following its recent suspension. LTDH is one of Africa's oldest and most respected human rights organizations and among the first organizations to be granted observer status to this august house. As a key member of the National Dialogue Quartet awarded the 2015 Nobel Peace Prize, it has played an indispensable role for nearly 5 decades in human rights protection and promotion and defense of democratic principles in Tunisia. In Zimbabwe, there has been an increasing crackdown on dissenting voices opposing proposed constitutional amendments aimed at extending presidential term limits and giving power to elect the president. This includes the brutal attack on opposition leader Professor Lovemore Maduku and other activists in Harare in March 2026. On the rights to freedom of association, we appreciate your interventions regarding the arbitrary suspension of NGOs in Algeria, Burkina Faso, Uganda, and Tunisia. States are increasingly resorting to lawfare to curb civil liberties and fundamental freedoms under the guise of combating terrorism, financing, and money laundering. Uganda has adopted a protection of sovereignty bill which threatens the operation of civil society. Angola enacted Law Number 2, 2026 on NGOs. Burkina Faso adopted the July 2025 Law on Freedom of Association. These laws significantly increase state control over civil society and undermine independence of civic actors. In South Sudan, authorities enacted the Cybercrimes and Computer Misuse Act, which contains vague provisions criminalizing speech, imposing penalties of up to 5 years imprisonment for defamation cases. In Ethiopia, restrictions on press freedom continue to escalate. The Ethiopian Media Authority recently revoked the license of one of the country's remaining independent media outlets. In Mozambique, journalists continue to face serious threats and attacks for carrying out their legitimate work. On 4th February 2026, television journalist Kalitos Kandang survived an apparent assassination attempt. The attack followed his report on illegal mining activities in Manica province. Given the worrisome developments highlighted above, we call on you, Honorable Commission, and the Commission to, 1, issue a letter of concern to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, urging the full publication of the Commission of Inquiry report into election-related violations on civilians in order to promote transparency, accountability, and access to justice for victims and their families. 2, in collaboration with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, further examine and respond to the growing restrictions on press freedom. 3, issue a letter of concern to the government of Mozambique to urge them to conduct thorough and transparent investigations into the attempt on journalist Kalito's life. 4, continue monitoring and publicly raising concerns regarding the increasing use of lawfare that undermines freedom of association, expression, and assembly under the pretext of combating terrorism, financing, and money laundering. And finally, call on the Tunisian authorities to immediately reinstate LTDH and allow it to resume its operations without hindrance. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, 3 organizations will take the floor before we go for lunch. FIDH, then Forum for Development and Human Rights, and African Center for Democracy and Human Rights. FIDH, you have the floor.
And delegates, thank you for the opportunity to address you following the report by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders. Our Observatory for the Protection of Human Rights Defenders has documented several worrying developments related to the situation of human rights defenders on the continent. We've submitted a detailed write-up but we wish to highlight a few of these concerning situations. Firstly, in many sensitive political and security contexts, the crackdown on human rights defenders and the shrinking of civic space are intensifying. In Tanzania, authorities violently suppressed protests following the October 2025 elections, with reports of killings and enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, internet shutdowns, and harassment against human rights organizations. The resulting National Commission of Inquiry report released recently whitewashed these violations. In Uganda, ahead of the January 2026 elections, Dr. Sarah Biriti was arbitrarily arrested. We thank this commission for its urgent appeal on the issue. In Togo, young activists linked to the Gen Z movement were arbitrarily arrested. Some remain under prosecution, and one was later rearrested. In the Central Sahel, repression is equally alarming. In Burkina Faso, Ini Doli was sentenced to a 12-month suspended term for a Facebook post. In Niger, 6 journalists, Musa, Abdul, Yusuf, Umaru, and Suleiman, were arrested in November 2025 and faced between 2 to 5 years in prison, while journalist Musa Tiangari has been detained for over a year awaiting trial charges that carry the death penalty. In Chad, journalists and civil society members continue to face surveillance, censorship, and arbitrary detention. Secondly, across the continent, human rights defenders continue to be arbitrarily detained, criminalized, and tortured and harassed. In Tunisia, Jawhar Ben Barek is facing an 18-year sentence, journalist Chaima Issa is facing 20 years, and lawyer Ayach Hamami is facing 5 years. They were all arbitrarily detained for conspiracy against state security. Defenders Murad Zegidi and Chauki Tabib face prosecution on fabricated charges. Anti-racism defenders are systemically targeted. Sadiya Musbah was sentenced to an 8-year sentence, while Salwa Grissa and Abdallah Said remain in custody. Thirdly, the rights to freedom in association and peaceful assembly are increasingly curtailed by arbitrary suspensions and attacks on organizations. In Tunisia, between October 2025 and May 2026, OMCT Tunisia, the AFTD, the AFTDES, the LTDH, and Lawyers Without Borders Tunisia were arbitrarily suspended on the basis of a decree law applied without respect for procedural safeguards. Other countries where the authorities dissolved CSOs using vague reasons affecting financial activities and operations also include Uganda, where 7 CSOs faced this, Algeria, Burkina Faso, where 118 CSOs faced dissolution, and Niger. In Ethiopia, NGO members face continuous state surveillance and intimidation, and in Mauritania, security forces violently arrested 10 peaceful activists in the capital. Fourthly, restrictions on freedom of movement, arbitrary deportations, and transnational repressions have continued to increase. Concerning Kenya, you will recall at the last session, we raised the issue of unlawful deportation of Martin Mavenjina. In February 2026, the Zimbabwean human rights defender Brian Kagoro was arbitrarily detained in Nairobi at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and unlawfully deported to South Africa. Concerning Algeria, Nasser Dutour continues to face arbitrary denials to enter the territory. In Egypt, the authorities practice punishment by proxy, targeting the relatives of exiled defenders, as illustrated by the arrests of Sobi Eid and Salah Sultan. In Chad, members of the Chadian League for Human Rights were arbitrarily restricted in their movements and labeled as spies by provincial authority. Honorable Chairperson, we share these names of human rights defenders who fall victim to government excesses to ensure that their humanity is never lost in the usual statistics. In view of this situation, we call on the African Commission to urge member states to implement the following recommendations immediately and unconditionally. Firstly, to release all arbitrarily detained human rights defenders and put an end to all acts of harassment against them, including transnational repression. Secondly, to make every effort to ensure that the fate of disappeared human rights defenders and their whereabouts are revealed and that they're released. Thirdly, to order immediate, thorough, and transparent investigations into acts of torture committed against defenders. Fourthly, to guarantee the right to freedom of expression, movement, association, and peaceful assembly. And finally, to refrain from enacting and revoke laws that directly or indirectly restrict the freedoms of association, expression, and peaceful assembly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. One before last Forum for Development of Human Rights. Forum for Development and Human Rights. It would appear they are not present. African Center for Democracy and Human Rights, Mr. Mulel Hassan Naji. I can't see our brother Muley here. I can see the name tag of the representative of the government of Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Chair, Commissioners, Allow me on behalf of my delegation to commend the Commissioner Raymond Ngoy on the intersessional work and the extensive and articulate paper. Although Kenya does not operate a standalone legislation on the defense of human rights defenders, extensive safeguards exist in the robust constitutional framework guaranteeing the rights of assembly, freedom of expression, and media. Under the Bill of Rights, the rights defenders have expansive civic space to participate in the promotion of rights through access to a vibrant media, a new normative of liberal construction of the rule of locus standi that has opened the vehicle of access to court to agitate against the violation of rights. Judicial precedence is replete with public-spirited litigation that continues to shape the human rights landscape, inform constitutionality of legislation, and redress violations. Any allegations of violation are investigated, prosecuted, and adjudicated by an independent and impartial judiciary. We will continue internal consultations on the recommendations of this paper and the draft declaration on the role and rights of human rights defenders for possible future engagement with the Commission, noting the invitation for constructive dialogue towards viable solutions. Chair, now that I have the floor, and since this issue is related to a concern that had been raised earlier, I wish also to address an intervention which was made by defenders.
Chairperson and Commissioners, Kenya would wish to respond to the allegation by defendants on the aspect of arbitrary arrest and excessive use of force. We'd like the Commission and the Commissioners to know that the Republic of Kenya reiterates its commitment to protecting the democratic right to peaceful assembly. While the state faces complex internal security challenges, any criminal exploitation of public gatherings to interfere with democratic processes is addressed strictly within national and international legal boundaries. It's worth noting that such rights come with responsibility and that cannot be enjoyed in a vacuum. Further, on operational accountability, the government of Kenya does not condone or sanction arbitrary arrests or the excessive use of force. We also wish to reiterate the fact that the allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel are channeled through established independent oversight frameworks. These frameworks operate in strict alignment with the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of Kenya and the regional norms established under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Merci pour la délégation du Kenya. Alors, avant le déjeuner, je passe la parole à mon frère, le professeur Rémi Ngoy-Ambou, pour donner ses observations finales. Honorable commissaire, à vous la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Vice Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. Please allow me to congratulate you in the manner in which you managed or presided over this interactive part. Given that Kenya took the floor last, so that I would not forget, let me start by responding to Kenya, and thereafter I will respond to the other statements by the other states. I have taken due note. I did know that there is no legislation protecting human rights defenders in Kenya, but I totally agree with you. They are not deprived of all protection because the Constitution of Kenya obviously contains provisions on the freedom of association and the freedom of gathering. It protects everybody, generally speaking, including human rights defenders. We would continue to roll out the advocacy because the objective in the other countries is that it should be found in the Constitution, but we want a specific law to protect human rights defenders. We will still remain in touch with you to give you to share with you the background for enacting this law which protects human rights defenders. And I would like to seize this opportunity to ask NGOs who work in eastern part of Africa to continue that advocacy drive vis-a-vis the authorities of the government of Kenya. In support of the advocacy drive, we will roll out ourselves. I thank you for the support you have brought with respect to the draft statement. I can assure you that the special rapporteur will continue to interact with all the stakeholders so that this document would be a document which takes on board the various poles with whom we interact inter alia, the states, civil society, NHRIs, to name a few. Thank you for your support. This also allows me to thank the Republic of South Africa, which is also aware that independence has to be a reality in our African countries. Without independence, legal independence, we will go back to a situation where there will not be any guarantee, because everybody would be suffering from judicial support. Now, the judiciary is here to adjudicate between the situations and between citizens and the states. I have taken due note of the commitment that you have made to protect human rights defenders, and let me here like to repeat the comment, the suggestion I made to the delegation of Kenya. The Republic of South Africa, a very big country, we did know the combat for human rights, a big country which is aware of the fight for rights, the fight for values. Therefore, I believe South Africa should be the first country to enact a legislation that will protect human rights defenders. I would therefore like to reiterate this recommendation. I hope South Africa will be the first country. It will be the engine that will draw the other countries in that field. I will continue to work with the country rapporteur of South Africa so that I can be assisted to talk to the government of South Africa and also to underscore the importance of enacting legislation, because the defending of human rights, I do agree with you. For South African, it is a historical debate. They have led a fight and they have been the heroes. I have taken a good note of the legal assistance. This is a good thing in South Africa. And personally, my understanding was you are waiting for the results of investigations that have been done in some situations in South Africa. But if you have those results, kindly share this with us. I would like to thank the delegation from Algeria, which is always present at our sessions and our activities. Thank you for your answers with respect to the report I presented. There have been significant inroads on the situation of human rights defenders. Yes, I know, not only in Africa, but also other parts of Africa, but also in your country. And I have noted your desire to cooperate, because I do know on a regular basis you cooperate with our commission. Yes, you are right. Every year we criticize not only this mechanism, but other mechanisms on the issue of the viability of the transmission channels of and the verification of the information that we have at our disposal. We do our best in most cases to certify information that we receive. The flow of information is actually much higher than what we have in the report. We try to streamline them and maintain those that are more or less credible whilst awaiting the interaction. With respect to our country, I am happy that a former commissioner, special rapporteur, vice chair of that institution, Maya Sahil Fahel, is now the chairperson of the NHRI in Algeria. Besides, 2 days ago, I transmitted a message to her through Commissioner Selma Sase, and that her arrival at the NHRI of Algeria gives me legitimate reasons to hope that the interactions from Algeria would be viable information, because she knows the mechanisms and she knows how to interact with us. And in that regard, I can say that the Algerian authorities did the right thing by appointing her at that position, and we hope that we will interact effectively with her. The impression that you have of several cases relating to Algeria, well, in other words, if you ask me, we are bent on criticizing them. No, it is just per happenstance. This time around, there are a lot of cases relating to Algeria. There are no concern, no desire to criticize you. It is just per happenstance that we have had a lot of letters with respect to Algeria. With respect to the letter of 12 May, and we have told you that the deadline is still on, no worries. I mean, if there is more information, please share with us and we will react appropriately. I may have a meeting with you on the situation of the 1,000 individuals that we are talking about, and with the Secretariat will find time to talk about these 1,000 persons so that we'll know what really entails in this matter. Yes, I work with you. We should work in a spirit of dialogue, mutual exchange of information, because like we have always said, the Commission is here to support you, but not to fight the states. Our role, as designed by the founding fathers, is to come up with recommendations for the states to assist them to improve qualitatively the implementations of the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I would like to thank Tunisia for its interaction with the Commission. Yes, we do read information from your end, but maybe we do not appropriately reflect, indicate the words in the letters. Yes, we have received the letters, and I have taken due note that for joint letters, you are not supposed to respond directly to the mechanism. Responses have been made for my colleague Selma Sasi, and they are also valid. I do agree, because obviously some of these letters are joint letters. But when it comes to the reading, I can tell you, despite the fact that I am short-sighted, well, I must say that my short-sightedness has deteriorated because of so much reading. We read all the documents, and sometimes we have reading days devoted exclusively to reading from morning to night. So I assure you, we do read, and particularly I read a lot. Thank you all the same for this interaction, and very respectfully, I would like to express all my gratitude, all my thanks for your kind words. I would now like to come back to civil society organizations very briefly. I would just like to call on be precise on the situation relating to the cancellation of the state event that they have jointly organized with Frontline Defenders. Because when you said that a third party, well, these microphones are microphones of Africa. You know, in that regard, you only talk about things that are documented and certified. You cannot say that it was cancelled following the intervention of a third party. No, we are not here. Here, it is the voice of Africa that we hear. We are here to hear. These proceedings are disseminated on YouTube, so we need a certain level of responsibility. One should use consolidated type of language. it is not something that really you don't say. When you say something here, you must have the backing. Well, I can guess what you want to say, but I cannot guess what this third party is. The activity that you have mentioned, I wanted to participate in it, but I was informed by the Secretariat that it was cancelled. So when you say the intervention of a third party, well, the Commission has the right to inform us, for you to inform us, who is this third party who is interfering in the affairs of the Commission for the side events. But by and large, I can tell you that this is the temple of freedom. This is a temple where civil society works freely. It is the time where it's a temple where freedom of expression is the order of the day. It is a temple where Africa is open to democracy, open to criticism. This is a temple where there should not be unjustified accusations. As rapporteur, because you are intervening on this report, I do give myself the right after this session to tell us who that third party is, so that everything will be clear. I would also like to call you to continue to stay with the mechanism and with respect to the declaration, let us actually contribute. I will still always tell you, stop denouncing. When a text, when it's written by several persons, do not really bent. You should not be bent on ensuring that your amendments are here. You only represent your NGO, so you should not speak on behalf of everybody else. If you are not happy, do not generalize. I can send you the list of NGOs who appreciate this statement. You'll be surprised. So please wait for the final version and not also use unlawfully the right to take the floor. Well, I'm a good parent, but please do not abuse, do not denounce without any evidence. I will be very tough with you. I will be very tough with you because you prepared a zero draft, and the zero draft has evolved. And if you, these are the texts in Parliament, the texts are meant to evolve because they pass through many hands. Even me, the ideas that I had initially, well, I still continue to do the work because this is the general will which will give impetus to this text. And I would also, and secondly, I would also request you should provide evidence on how this declaration is an instrument of repression. It is a very serious accusation that this declaration that goes to the NHRIs, in your opinion, is an instrument of repression. You know, please stop these propaganda issues. Zimbabwe lawyers, thank you. You talked about several cases against human rights defenders. All that, can you transmit to us the statement that you have made to enable us take activities? I have taken due note of the cards. Our role is to identify violations on human rights, but you can also communicate this to us as a matter of course, so that we can take this into account. Amnesty International, thank you. I believe that our chairperson, Mr. Idrissa Sow, deserves a bit more consideration and respect. Yesterday, after I presented the statement, he came out with two important recommendations. I don't know whether you were present then. The first recommendation, he had said that this declaration does not define African values. It's not his role, and it is not his role. And secondly, he committed himself to ensure that the Commission, through the guidelines, one day, through a study that we will initiate, the Commission would make a study on what we call African values. He did answer appropriately, and it emanated from the NGO forum, and I was there. with the statement. One of the young ladies did say here, I believe it was the Ivorian Human Rights League, the lady intervened. Well, actually, there were three, and I was clearly told that the Commission should assist us to have access to these guidelines on African values one day. So when you say that it should be withdrawn, while the chairperson of the African Commission, who all the same is a respectable authority, had already said so, I also said so. And therefore, in view of the above, I believe that we are going beyond some limits in the framework of this dialogue. But the Commission would still be here to hear your inputs. I did say so myself. The values, well, where is the problem? You want to defend human rights without respecting African values? It will not work. I did say so, and I'm repeating. Human rights in Africa hing to African values, and they are contained in the preamble, Articles 26, 28. So now, why do you take a portion of the Charter and do away with the rest? No, the Charter is a holistic issue. You cannot separate the founding fathers. We have what they put together. We have the right to maintain them. Anyway, personally, I will keep together these values up to 2029 when I would leave the Commission. And yesterday, I did add that if you look at all the soft law which were produced at the level of the special mechanisms, all the soft laws are based on African values. If you find a special mechanism which makes recommendations and proposals by rejecting African values, well, come and see me. I do know what I'm talking about because I did do research on this matter. I will respond to people who may ask, where did you get this? Well, they are contained in the soft law of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and we have listed them in the declaration. The others come from the Constitutive Act of the African Union. They are contained therein, these African values, in the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in the soft law of African Commission. I did say so, and the chairperson also came at the Charter of Mandarin. When you say withdraw this because it might, it will be misinterpreted, well, I do not know what you are talking about. But we will continue discussions. Please stop coming back to the 1998 declaration that we respect. Africa has its own text. It's as if you are saying that we should not refer to the African Charter, but only to the International Covenant on Socio-Economic Rights. Is this the Africa that we want? Up to 2063, when we would have concluded our agenda? No, I don't think that is the case. Africa has the right, Africa has the wherewithal of availing itself of its own text in line with its day-to-day realities. I would like to call on Amnesty to remain available for more in-depth discussions because not to abuse the time that the Vice Chair has accorded to me. I will conclude with Amnesty. Yes, it is good to state that you have laws, penal laws in Uganda, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Ghana. Yes, I'm aware on this matter relating to LGBT+, but you do know the stand of the African Commission. If you want me to reiterate it, let me do so. The Commission has always said no discrimination for that particular reason. In other words, the Charter should be beneficial to all Africans. The Charter should be profitable to everybody without discrimination. If there are laws that discriminate or which penalize, we criminalize what? You have to be more precise. The doctrine of the Commission is that we do not accept any discrimination. We do not accept discrimination in that regard. We should continue to do the advocacy, and the Commission is still ready to support you, and I do hope that we are speaking the same language and that we understand each other. Well, I'm not, you do know the fight. I have said so, I'm not scared of everything. You already know what I have done in that field. You have known what I have done what I have done to defend those who work in this field. I'm saying so with defenders. Thank you. I have taken due note that the report on the 20th anniversary of your institutions, and you also talk about that legislation. I agree with you. Ethiopia, Mozambique, South Sudan, together with you, let us come together with Amnesty International so that we clarify these issues and that we plan actions to do. Please submit the note on the letter you want, and we will look at this letter. So we will need that note from defenders, from Amnesty and ICA chair on the recommendation that you have done. The last intervention, Chair, and I will conclude with that, FIDH also made a situational analysis in several countries on the issues related. Sorry, I have to look for my reading glasses. In several countries on the situation, on the matter of freedom of meetings with respect to your vision. Kindly share this with us. We are only fed with what you gave us. You are the ones who should give us things to feed ourselves. So please submit your information with respect to your vision, and we will try to react, because the objective of human rights situation in Africa and what you do here is that you bring us the information. We will deal with the information. Thereafter, we will initiate activities with the states, and in so doing, initiate discussions. All that remains for me to do is to thank all those who have reacted. It is not a perfect report. We hope that the next report that we will prepare will take into account the observations that the states and the NHRIs, as well as the civil society organizations. I thank all of you. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Given just one announcement, it is 2:15. We will return at 3:15, 1 hour. 1 hour to take lunch and rest. And when we come, we will go straight into the panel to be headed by my sister, Commissioner Selda. Movements due to climate change in Africa. Have a good lunch and see you in an hour. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, excellent participants, you are invited to have some refreshments in the same halls where tea and coffee break was served this morning. Thank you very much. Bon appetit.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream, protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëri doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs.
No, no, before you leave, you can give another one.
What's the name again? He's a veteran now. He's a veteran since all days of Canada. When did you come? Just right now. Yeah. Excellent. Come, son. I've got your old videos. Yeah, we manage it. Huh? One of them? Except, let me show you.
to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting Member States to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together, we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
the heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm.
Mesdames, Messieurs, s'il vous plaît, regagnez vos places. On va reprendre. Please take your seats. Alors, nous revenons donc avec le panel de l'honorable commissaire Selma Sassi Safer sur les déplacements induits par le changement climatique en Afrique. Je pense que tous les panélistes sont présents. Alors, honorable commissaire, je vous cède la parole. À vous de diriger les travaux.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Honorable Commissioners, distinguished state representatives, representatives of regional and international organizations, civil society representatives. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Before I start the agenda, let me invite the panelists who are with us in the hall. Others are connected online. So Mr. Benjamin Nguru to join us on the podium. Mr. Benjamin Garu. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're here. Oh, sorry. As I was saying, it is with distinct pleasure that I bid you a warm welcome to this panel devoted to the issue, the stunning issue on forced displacement, climate change-induced displacement in Africa, protection, challenges, and prospects for an African legal framework. These institutions come against a backdrop where challenge climate change redefine the dynamics of human mobility on the African continent. The increase in the frequency and the intensity of extreme climatic events, especially drought and floods, cyclones and soil degradation, coastal erosion, increasingly affect livelihoods, increases vulnerabilities, and contribute to massive displacement of populations within the countries, but increasingly across borders. Just within the intersession period, the Commission noted with concern that the extreme meteorological conditions increasingly contribute to enforced displacement of people, making humanitarian response more complicated to be implemented. This reality is more visible in several regions of the continent. In the Central Sahel, desertification, natural resource scarcity, and prolonged drought contribute to the worsening of internal displacements and cross-border displacements against a backdrop already marked by insecurity and community tensions. In the Horn of Africa, successive droughts have led to massive displacement of population in Somalia, in Kenya, and Ethiopia. In Mozambique, Kenneth and Idal cyclones have shown dramatically the human consequences and the institutional consequences of climate disasters, especially in regards to displacement, the destruction of infrastructure, and the loss of civil status. This situation highlights the limit of current legal framework faced with the forms of human mobility that are increasingly becoming complex. In this context, the African Commission adopted Resolution 628 in 2025, calling for the study for the development of a specific legal framework for the protection of forced displacements of people due to climate change in Africa. This initiative reflects the increased acknowledgement of normative gaps and the need to adapt the African framework of emerging protection reality. It should also be noted that it should be underscored that the technical sessional committee, whose conclusions were endorsed by the Executive Council, called for the review of the relevance of interpretation of Article 1 in its paragraph 2 of the OAU Convention of 1969 on refugees in the context of displacements related to the adverse effects of climate change and disasters. This evolution is quite important, for it opens the way for legal reflection that's in-depth on the scope of the notion, the events that disturbing public order. In the 1969 Convention and its potential evolution as a basis for protecting people who are forced to flee their countries in contexts marked by climate change, environmental degradation, and natural disasters. This reflection naturally requires interpretation in accordance with the regional and international law based on and the aim of the OU Convention of 1969. This issue raises other stakes, especially increased risk of statelessness that are linked to the loss of civil documents and the difficult access to access civil status and the vulnerabilities affecting those who are on displacement. Today, we'll try to review these stakes based on an approach based on human rights, on African solidarity, on the strengthening of frameworks to protect Africa. We'll have the privilege to listen to complementary perspectives from African institutions, from the UNHCR, from experts, as well as from civil society. And we will, I hope that we will also have state experiences from all. We'll start with the intervention of the panelists who are with us, I hope, online. We have with us Mrs. Garlick, the head of the section of the protection policy and legal conservation in the UNHCR division. We will then listen to Mrs. Rita Amokobo, the head of humanitarian affairs in the Department of Humanitarian Affairs, Refugees and Displaced Persons in the African Union. And after that, we will listen to the intervention of Dr. Stephen Expert Adawain, who's a specialist of international migration law and climate change. And finally, we'll also listen to Mr. Benjamin Garu, who is present with us here in the hall, who is a co-founder of the East African Center for Forced Migration and Displacement and who will share the perspectives of the civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that discussions of this afternoon will help not only to deepen reflections on these emerging challenges, but will also contribute concretely to the work that already been started by the Commission on the development of a legal framework in Africa that is tailored to the protection of displaced persons in the context of climate change. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Galik from the UNHCR, who will intervene on the addressing protection challenges in climate change related displacement in Africa. UNHCR and perspective. Mrs. Galik, you have the floor and you've got 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well in the hall. I'll also go try to share my screen to show you I hope you can see my screen very well.
UNHCR to join and take part in this vital discussion. I will speak to you today briefly on addressing protection challenges in climate change related displacement in Africa, drawing on UNHCR's perspectives as a partner for many states and institutions in Africa, and our work on the ground seeking to assist and find solutions and protection for people who are forced to flee in the context of climate change and disaster. I will speak firstly to framing displacement in the context of climate change, noting that we have many areas where there are complex movements on the African continent, where climate change is interacting with many other factors. I will speak about the role of refugee law, both international and African regional legal instruments, as well as human rights-based approaches, referring to the question of statelessness, to which Madame Sassi has already referred, and finally, with some potential conclusions, which I hope can assist and support the work of the African Commission on this important subject. So very briefly, firstly, to recall that climate change in practice is a multiplier of vulnerabilities that impact upon people who are living in climate-impacted countries, and many who are forced to flee for a variety of causes around the world, as well as in Africa. UNHCR observes that there are some 40% of refugees and asylum seekers who originate from the most climate-vulnerable countries that are most impacted by the effects of climate change. And some 35% of refugees and asylum seekers in the world are living in climate-vulnerable countries. We also see that some 3/4 of the people who are internally displaced for reasons of conflict or otherwise also find themselves in climate-vulnerable situations. So their vulnerability is multiplied by the effects of climate. We also see that climate change is contributing to displacement when it interacts with other drivers that force people to flee, such as conflict, violence, and human rights violations. And we see that in many cases, displaced populations are affected in the countries to which they flee, in some cases requiring them to move on to yet another country, displacing them multiple times. But we also see, very importantly, that refugees, other forcibly displaced and stateless people are often able to contribute to strengthening responses and to discussions of ways in which protection can be put in place, in ways that can importantly inform the deliberations of states, international organizations, and other partners who are seeking to develop responses, including legal frameworks with more effective tools. UNHCR in this connection is committed to working with states and other partners in order to strengthen responses to the adverse effects of climate change, including displacement and impacts on people who are forced to flee. And so as part of that work, we are seeking to expand the scope of rights for people who are forced to flee in the context of climate and disaster, supporting a broad approach to interpreting existing refugee law conventions. Secondly, to contributing to further develop frameworks in ways that can address gaps and can ensure that the rights of other people who are not covered by existing instruments can also be protected and helped. And also seeking to advance solutions, which are critical to enable such people to find durable solutions to their plight and to resume their lives, whether through voluntary repatriation, through local integration in other countries, or through third country solutions. I will speak briefly now to the important protection that can be made available under existing refugee law instruments for people displaced in the context of climate change and disaster. Firstly, I want to underscore the guidance that UNHCR has made available, which highlights that the 1951 Convention relating to the refugees already is applicable in certain contexts, which can give rise to grounds for international protection for some people who are forced to flee in the context of climate change and disaster. The definition of a refugee under Article 1A of the 19th to protection when they have a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a social group or political opinion. And we see that precisely this definition is engaged for many people who are displaced in the context of climate change and disaster. This may occur, for example, when climate change and disaster interacts with or exacerbates or worsens the effects of conflict or violence. It may occur for people who are marginalized or vulnerable, including because of their racial, religious, or other backgrounds or profiles, and who may be particularly at risk from discrimination or through being denied access to assistance, aid, or protection. We also see that political opinion can play a role and give rise to refugee protection, and that this is particularly relevant for people who cannot find an alternative where they can be safe in their own countries. The African Refugee Convention of 1969, indeed, as Madame Sassi has referred, includes a wider definition of a refugee. And we believe that the criterion relating to events seriously disturbing public order can be applicable to provide protection to a wider group of people beyond the core refugee definition of the 1951 Convention. And we see examples where states in Africa have interpreted that wider definition to encompass people who have fled the effects of climate change and disaster, including drought and including other events that are linked to climate change. And this reasoning is part of what UNHCR has outlined in its recent submission as an amicus curiae to the African Court of Human and People's Rights as part of the proceedings which will lead to its production of an advisory opinion on the obligations of states with respect to the climate change crisis. And we expect that many other partners will also be making submissions around this issue. UNHCR is continuing, therefore, to take forward work on a multi-annual project involving research and examination and analysis of the Refugee Convention definition under the African Convention, of which a number of experts have formed part of the advisory committee. And with this, we aim, in the course of 2027, to produce guidance on this question, which we hope will encourage a broader interpretation and application of that definition. We recall also that human rights law has an important role to play and that wider forms of protection based on the principle of non-refoulement under human rights law instruments can also be a basis for international protection for people who are forced to flee in the context of climate change and disaster and may face threats in particular to their rights to life. And this engages a wider range of international legal human rights instruments, including international instruments, including the Convention Against Torture and the Convention on Civil and Political Rights, but also African instruments, the African Charter, as well as those from other regions. And this has been affirmed by the Human Rights Committee, as well as the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice from last year, which confirmed the applicability of non-refoulement in climate-impacted settings. Turning then to other forms of protection and rights which are available under domestic law in many countries, we see scope for temporary forms of stay as well as humanitarian bases to be available in many countries, and providing tools that can provide scope for additional wider forms of protection for people, particularly those who are forced to flee in mass influx situations where they may not be scoped to examine their individual protection needs. And these are amongst the tools that should be considered in looking at what could be part of a new legal framework applicable in Africa to address those not already covered by existing instruments. Finally, referring to statelessness and the effects of climate change and the ways in which this can also cause displacement, but also increase risks of statelessness, and commending to those who are interested in the context of climate change that has been published by UNHCR and the Centre on Statelessness and available on UNHCR's websites, which can also inform reflection on this issue. So in conclusion, I would like to say that UNHCR sees ample scope to build on the way in which existing refugee law and international human rights instruments provide a basis for protection, to look at ways in which complementary tools can be developed which are coherent and consistent with those existing texts. We see discussions in other international fora which can also inform and assist reflection on this. I want to highlight then finally that people who are not refugees or otherwise in need of international protection, such as people whose livelihoods may be impacted by climate or disaster, are potentially precisely the people that we need to be considering for additional protections as part of development of the legal framework. And we are ready to work with partners, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in the context of the study to which Madame Sassi has referred, as well as the African Union, which is planning in the coming months work towards a consolidated interpretation framework for the African Union Convention. We see ample scope for synergy and cooperation to continue working on these important subjects and broadening the base of protection for people forced to flee in the context of climate change. And this is a list of additional resources which can also inform this work. Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the discussion.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, Madame.
All the work and initiatives that are already being taken in the UNHCR to extend national protection to these people who are getting increasing number and are obliged to cross national borders or international borders due to climate change. That's what I heard in your conclusion, your appeal for the support of this complementarity that exists between the international framework, especially the 1951 Convention and its protocol of 1967, and another African Convention of 1969, that can really provide a solid bedrock to extend protection to these vulnerable people. Thank you once again, Mrs. Garlick. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Rita Amokobo, Head of Humanitarian Affairs in the Department of Humanitarian Affairs, Refugees and Displaced Persons in the African Union Commission, who is going to speak about the approach of continental organization concerning forced displacements due to climate change in Africa. Mrs. Rita, the floor is yours, and you have 7 minutes. Thank you for joining us on this panel.
Agencies, civil society organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Union Commission, and in particular, the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, which is headed by Her Excellency Commissioner Ama Tumamwa, allow me to express sincere appreciation to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and especially Honorable Commissioner Selma Sassi Safa, the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons, and Migrants in Africa, for convening this important discussion. We commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for adopting Resolution 628 in 2025, mandating a study on the development of an African legal framework for the protection of persons forcibly displaced in the context of climate change. The African Union Commission fully welcomes this initiative and reaffirms its readiness to work with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, member states, regional economic communities, and partners in advancing a coherent, right-based and African-owned protection framework. Distinguished delegates, climate-based displacement is no longer a future concern. It is already a reality across our continent. Africa continues to witness prolonged droughts, severe flooding, intensifying cyclones, desertification, and increasing food and water insecurity. These environmental pressures are interacting with development gaps, fragilities, and conflicts, thereby driving displacements at an unprecedented scale. We are speaking about families displaced by cyclones in Southern Africa region, pastoralist communities in the Horn of Africa region forced to move due to recurrent droughts, and coastal communities in West Africa gradually losing their ancestral lands due to sea levels rise and erosion. These are not abstract policy discussions. These are women, children, and families whose lives, livelihoods, and dignity are being profoundly disrupted. Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet bears disproportionate share of climate impacts. This reality underscores the importance of climate justice, international solidarity, and equitable burden sharing. Excellencies, the African Union Commission has, over recent years, progressively elevated climate-related displacement within its humanitarian and policy agenda. Importantly, Africa is not starting from the scratch. Significant legal, policy, and operational groundwork has already been undertaken. The African Union Commission is currently advancing work on the interpretation of Article 1.2 of the 1969 OAU Refugee Convention, particularly the phrase, events seriously disturbing public order, to examine how it may apply in situations where climate-related disasters contribute to displacement. In this regard, the Commission is preparing for a continental meeting to take place in June this year, which will bring together member states and partners for structured reflection on this issue. Thereafter, we'll take it to the for adoption of the Specialized Technical Committee and the adoption of the Executive Council of the African Union Commission. The African Union Commission has also adopted annotations and guidance on the Kampala Convention, clarifying that displacement caused by disasters includes both sudden onset and low onset climate processes. In addition, the African Union Model Law on Disaster Management, adopted in 2025, supports member states in strengthening national preparedness and response frameworks. Through the African Union Disaster Managers Platform and the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency, the African Union Commission continues to strengthen Africa's collective humanitarian response capacity. Our operational engagements across Southern Africa, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa regions have reinforced our important lesson, which is humanitarian assistance alone is not sufficient. Without clear legal protection frameworks, affected populations remain vulnerable and uncertain. Distinguished delegates, addressing climate-based displacement requires moving beyond reactive emergency responses. The African Union continues to emphasize integrated approaches, linking humanitarian action, development, peace building, disaster risk reduction, and climate adaptation. Excellencies, the African Union Free Movement of Persons Protocol also represents an important complementary instrument within Africa's evolving protection architecture. The experience of the IGAD Free Movement Protocol demonstrates how mobility frameworks can facilitate movement before, during, and after disasters. Together with the 1969 Refugee Convention, the Kampala Convention, and the Protocol on Nationality and Statelessness, the Free Movement Protocol can contribute to a more comprehensive continental protection system. Excellencies, Africa has a profound history of normative leadership. In 1969, Africa adopted a refugee convention that expanded the international refugee definition. In 2009, Africa adopted the Kampala Convention, the world's first legally binding instrument dedicated to internally displaced persons. Today, climate change displacement represents the next frontier for African legal innovation. The African Union Convention, therefore, stands ready to support the African Commission on Human and People's Rights process by sharing its legal policy and operational experience and by facilitating continued dialogue with member states and regional economic communities. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights study presents a historic opportunities to strengthen Africa's protection architecture and ensure that no African displaced by climate change is left without protection. The African Union Commission welcomes this initiative and looks forward to continued collaboration as we collectively advance durable, right-based, and forward-looking responses for displaced persons on our continent. I thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rita, for that presentation that is very important and in which you recalled all the current developments on the African continent. We have taken due note of your availability to support the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to work in the context of this study. You also recalled the African specificities as regards displacement, which requires that a study should be conducted. And why not attempt to develop new legal divisions in order to broaden and extend protection to these people? And you did well to underscore that we are not starting from nothing, that we already have a very solid bedrock, which is the 1969 Convention that extends or rather broadens the definition of refugees. It broadens it because the Universal Convention of 1951 has a very restricted definition. The 1969 Convention opens more possibilities to englobe or cover other people, those who are persecuted for some causes, to include those other people who can benefit from the protection of the 1969 Convention. So we're not starting from scratch. The study that is being proposed to, the Commission is proposed to develop through its 628 resolution. And we have also taken due note, and we thank you for the proposal of sharing your experience in order to follow through with this study. Thank you once again, Mrs. Rita. Now, on to Dr. Stefan Ada Win, who's a specialist in international migration law and climate change expert, and who tried to explore the opportunities and gaps in regard to legal protection with focus on West Africa. Dr. Stephen, thank you for joining us on this discussion. And I give you the floor, and you've got 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and Madam Chair, Excellencies, honorable experts, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to use this opportunity to thank the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the opportunity and also bringing this all-important topic for discussion. So given the time limitation, I have a lot to say, but I will try to be as brief as possible, and I'll just try to draw on insights that from a recent study that was done also on these issues relating to climate change impacts human mobility and displacement within the context of the ECOWAS region, or should I say West Africa. So without wasting so much time, I would like to set the scene by highlighting, for example, within the context of the West African region, it is unestablished, or it is known that climate change has been with us within the region since the 1970s. Recent reports and from the IPCC and of course from the World Meteorological Organization have alluded to the increasing temperatures as a result of global warming, how that has also translated to observed changes in rainfall and precipitation patterns that also tend to affect people. But what has become more important has been the recent increase in the intensity and, of course, the frequency of extreme events, both rapid and slow onset events. The previous speakers, Madam Garlick and Madam Rita, have already pointed to the fact that we now tend to have severe and prolonged drought. And of course, within the West African region, the issues of flood, heavy rains, and how that impacts people. And just looking at the recent impacts of natural hazard-related disasters in Africa, according to the EM database, for 2025, there were about 63 disasters that were recorded. And if you look at the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center report that was recently released just, I think, this week, it points to the fact that looking at the impact of disasters within sub-Saharan Africa, 17.4 million internal displacements were recorded in 2025. And out of that, 31.7 million are currently living in internal displacement situations. So if you look at that number, disasters account for 2.9 million displacement. So within the context of West Africa, the impact of weather-related disasters tend to account for so much impact and also displacement within the region. And the numbers speak for themselves. If you look at Nigeria, for example, according to IDMC, in 2025, about 153,000 displacements were recorded, mostly as a result of the impact of flooding. And of course, also similar displacements were also recorded in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So within the context of climate change in the region, there's that need also in looking at protection, issues relating to protection, and also safeguarding the human security of vulnerable populations. And I quite share, or also was happy to hear about the fact that these kind of climate change impact tend to interact with existing vulnerabilities, as Madam Garlick indicated. And also, so as a result, people tend to move as a response. And this is quite important because there's a need to address the mobility dimensions of climate change, environmental degradation, and disasters. And if you look at the UNHCR ALSO's interpretation, or should I say explanation, if you look at the Article 1.2 of the 1969 Convention, Refugee Convention, AU Convention, it talks about disturbing public order, disturbance in public order, and of course, the most important issues being discussed or highlighted has to do lessons about life, security, and freedom. So why is this important? In the context of the study that was conducted within the West Africa region was to also identify the gaps and opportunities in regional and national governance frameworks, and to develop actionable recommendations and suggest durable solutions to ensure respect for the rights and dignity of people affected by climate change, environmental degradation, and disasters, while promoting sustainable development. So this is just to give you an overview of the countries that were stated. So without wasting so much time, I'll just skip and go to the findings. So at the regional level, what we did was to kind of like look at the existing regional frameworks. And out of all the frameworks that were looked at in terms of, if you're talking about migration governance frameworks, climate change, environment, disaster risk, and other relevant policies, it was observed that out of the 12 identified, only 7 acknowledge or even make reference to the mobility dimensions of climate change, environmental, and in this case, including disaster displacement. And of course, 4 specify or even measure outline provisions to promote the collection of data, which is also quite important. So one of the most important policy frameworks has to do with the ECOWAS Regional Migration Policy Framework, which in itself, and outlining its strategy, has emphasized an integrated approach to avert, minimize, and address environmental migration on one hand, and of course, disaster displacement across member states of the ECOWAS region. And it emphasizes, for example, the need to strengthen durable solutions to address the vulnerabilities of those who have been displaced or forced to migrate or even unable to do so due to the impacts of climate and environmental degradation and disasters. And I want to highlight the fact that normally when we're talking about disaster displacement, climate change, climate-related migration and all of that, and strategies, we tend to forget trapped population, persons who are unable to move or persons who have been trapped despite the impact or exposure to the risk. Another important issue that I would like to policy has to do with the ECOWAS Free Movement Protocol. That one is legally binding. So it emphasizes the protection of all migrants, including pastoralists, displaced persons, and environmental migrants. But of course, the protocol allows for free movement, as we all may know for now. But of course, member states also can exercise the right to refuse entry to any persons who may be considered a threat or undesirable as stipulated under Article 4 of the 1979 ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement. And it also advocates for persons moving to also possess valid travel documents. The one challenge is that many community citizens, as we observed, are unaware of these provisions or simply do not have the required documentation that will allow them free entry and all of that, and also to demand protection. So one challenge that we face is that there's the possibility for disaster displaced persons, especially in the context of cross-border displacement, to seek entry in the context of the right to free movement, but that they may be impeded or thereby undermining their human security. So if you look at other opportunities that are present within the context of policy frameworks within the region, we have the ECOWAS policy on transhumans, with the Article 5 emphasizing the right for the movement of persons, including their livestock, mainly looking at herders. So it emphasizes the protection or non-discrimination of all herdsmen accompanying their livestock and who are legally admitted into member states, that they should be protected. So a particular directive is for the respective authorities to offer protection to both herders and their livestock. And this provides the opportunity to include those who have been displaced, even with their livestock, even in the context of slow onset events. So this is also an opportunity that emphasizes the legally binding expectations or obligations of member states to offer protection to persons who have been displaced, be it in the context of rapid onset climate-induced disasters or slow onset disasters. And if you look at the existing regional disaster policies, that's the ECOWAS policy for disaster risk reduction, a major challenge has to do with the fact that the policy has not indicated any measures that could be instituted to support affected persons, even though the policy acknowledges that most member states have instituted measures for evacuation in the context of disasters or even in emergencies. But there are no specified actions on protection for disaster displaced persons, both internal and cross-border. Because of time, I will skip to the ECOWAS humanitarian policy, which seems to deal with these issues related to offering humanitarian support to persons who have been displaced. The humanitarian policy kind of like acknowledges or advocates the need to promote the design of special measures for the protection of vulnerable persons, that is especially women, children, and persons living with disabilities during disasters. Another strategic objective has to do with facilitating the development of durable solutions to address populations who have been displaced as a result of climate change measures.
Docteur Adaouine, je vous prie de conclure, s'il vous plaît. Vous pouvez laisser d'autres éléments au débat.
Thank you. Thank you. So just to wind up, I'll just highlight only the key takeaways quickly, just a minute, so that as takeaway points, so that we can look at. So what we've observed is that there's a seeming silence or lack of focus on immobility. And of course, there are also opportunities for us to be able to institute measures or illegally binding measures to facilitate the protection of displaced persons, also facilitate reintegration, rehabilitation, and reconstruction and resettlement of both refugees and displaced persons as advocated within the context of the AU Convention, the Kampala Convention, and also to integrate these legally binding expectations in upcoming nationally determined contributions or even national comprehensive disaster management strategies. And lastly, to advocate for the integration of the human security approach as part of comprehensive disaster management. I think these are opportunities for us to be able to see how these could be advocated as part of protection for disaster displacement, displaced persons in the context of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adaouine, for your analysis. This has been most relevant. You've shared with us what you've called the opportunities and challenges, but also the existing gaps. Thank you so much for your conclusion. I retained an important point, the silence you mentioned, lack of protection for those who are unfortunately obliged to cross borders because of climate change events. Thank you so much for sharing with us all this information on the migration policies, which you remind us of. Many of them take up the issue of climate change. And like Madam Rita, you mentioned the ECOWAS 1979 Free Movement Protocol, and we take this opportunity, as we have many participants here from other parts of the continent, to call upon our member states to ratify this protocol. Thank you so much. So now we have Mr. Benjamin Garu, the only panelist who is physically present with us. He is from Forced Migration and Displacement. He is going to share with us from the point of view of civil societies, talk about forced displacement due to climate change. You have 7 minutes, sir. The floor is yours.
Delegates, it is an honor to speak at the 7th Ordinary Session of the 40th anniversary of the African Charter. My name is Benjamin Ngarua Jambi, co-founder of the East African Center for Forced Migration and Displacement, based in Nairobi. I was asked to make remarks briefly on behalf of African CSOs and practitioners, because as you've heard, despite the realities of human mobility in the context of climate change and disasters, from Dr. Garlick and from Madam Rita, few CSOs are substantively engaged on the continent in this emerging thematic area. While representing African CSOs and in making these interventions, I'm alive to the fact that I and other CSOs ride on the shoulders of others. African giants like George Okoth Obo from Uganda, Dr. Chaloka Beyani from Zambia, Dr. Nicodemus Nyandiko from Kenya, and Dr. Tamara Wood, whose expansive research has been instrumental in the development of the toolbox we've had today and other guiding frameworks. CSOs sincerely thank them for their allyship and immense contribution to these bodies of work. As we've heard from Madam Rita and from Dr. Adowen, climate change and disasters are not future risks for Africa. Indeed, they're already shaping the continent. From the cyclones we see in the southeastern part of the continent in Mozambique or Durban, to the recurring floods in Kenya, my home country, Somalia, or South Sudanese states of Jonglei, Unity, and Upper Nile, where in 2025, up to 487,000 persons were forced to flee. CSOs have been at the forefront of this reality, bearing witness to the impact of floods, drought, famine, cyclones, and other hazards that impact on our communities. Without urgent intervention, experts anticipate that up to 5% of Africa's population will be on the move by 2050. Honorable Commissioners, yet Africa continues to demonstrate global leadership in recognizing climate mobility. Indeed, CSOs on the continent have and possess a toolbox of mechanisms that can be adopted to this emerging challenge, as we've had, be that the 1969 OAU Convention, which provides a landmark provision on events seriously disturbing public order, a definition that covers climate impacts when combined with governance failures and instability, as mentioned by Dr. Galik Madeline from UNHCR, or be it the Kampala Convention, which is the first and only binding regional treaty to globally cover displacement caused by disasters and climate-related events, or the Kampala Ministerial Declaration of 2022, which provides an interministerial platform to address drivers like drought. For meaningful inclusion of African CSOs, regional human rights instruments, including the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, or be it the Maputo Protocol, ought to be understood as an integral framework for protection. This very commission in 2023 confirmed that non-reformer obligations are engaged where there's a real risk of irreparable harm to fundamental rights, specifically the rights to life, as was mentioned by UNHCR. Furthermore, regional integration frameworks, such as those within IGAD, where I come from, or ECOWAS, where we find ourselves today, already provide practical pathways for cross-border protection, as was mentioned by Dr. Adowen. These instruments remain at the disposal of CSOs, and we urge them to take them up while seeking to make references. However, gaps do exist, as we have heard. And to address this, CSOs respectfully request for the following considerations. 1, strengthening institutional guidance. We welcome efforts to clarify the scope of Article 1.2 of the 1969 OAU Convention, as we have heard before, and here CSOs recognize with gratitude the ongoing work by the Special Rapporteur, Commissioner Sassi, the work of the UNHCR, as we have seen, on the multi-annual modular project, the AU's STC work, and experts like Dr. Tamara Wood. 2, to develop practical tools that would benefit and would encourage RSD practitioners and RSD systems in disaster response. 3, to facilitate knowledge sharing, and this is where CSOs would come in. We must bridge the gap between stakeholders across different parts of Africa, be it in West Africa from where Dr. Adowen is, East Africa where I reside, or in North Africa where others have come from. CSOs can play a role that builds on the Nansen Initiative's priority of enhancing knowledge through collaboration with regional actors such as the Climate Mobility Action Africa Research Network. And this would ensure that governance responses are community-led and knowledge-based. Finally, we need to reinforce foundations. As highlighted by Commissioner Sassi, future legal developments ought to complement and reinforce Africa's existing normative frameworks, rather than duplicating them, fragmenting them, or replacing them. As I conclude, Honorable Commissioners, CSOs are of the firm belief that Africa has the chance to continue leading the world in addressing climate and disaster-related displacement. We respectfully call on the Commission to continue its leadership on building on Resolution 628 of 2025 to ensure a holistic and a human rights-centered response. CSOs, and indeed the East African Center for Forced Migration and Displacement, I remain committed to this dialogue and stand ready to support, consult, and collaborate with the Commission, with UNHCR, the STC, as well as all other parties to ensure that we provide protection to our continent's most vulnerable persons. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ngaru, for this presentation. You've highlighted another gap, if you will. You've spoken about the lack of studies on the issue of climate change in Africa, the lack of civil society organizations that are working on this theme. Let me take this opportunity to commend your organization and encourage you to support our mandate to carry out this study. We've taken note of the recommendations that you've shared with us. So let me thank you and thank all the panelists for the wealth of information they've shared with us. We now come to the interactive dialogue section of the panel. So we will interact with you here in the room. The participants who are here, some have already put their names on our list. We will begin with member states. I have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Lesotho. If you are present, the floor is yours. You have the floor, sir.
Delegation expresses sincere gratitude to the panelists for their attention to this critical issue of climate change-induced displacement in Africa. The government of Lesotho recognizes the profound impact of climate change on migration and displacement and acknowledges that without help to prepare for, withstand, and recover from climate-related shocks and stress, displaced people will continue to face increased risk of becoming displaced again. Climate change-induced displacement has indeed proved to be a prevailing menace of our time. It has far-reaching effects and it requires evolving solutions that are dynamic and adaptive. In this regard, Lesotho echoes the panelists' call for the development of regional normative framework, which will be encompassing in scope and that will bridge a gap where existing climate laws and policies may not address rights of displaced individuals that are affected by climate change. Specifically, children born in these situations and who may be stateless. We commend the inventiveness of the Commission for aspiring to undertake this notable endeavor. We are of the view that, therefore, that the envisaged continental framework should be human rights-centered, inclusive, and gender-responsive. Madam Moderator, Lesotho has established a policy and legal framework addressing climate change in general. In the light of the current panel debate, we are cognizant of the fact that we need to intensify our domestic measures in order to achieve the change we aspire for. Today, the realization of many human rights cannot be realistically expected unless we remain dedicated to acknowledging the realities of climate change that require continental-based responses. This is an obligation that we owe not only to ourselves, but to the future generation. Thank you.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, honorable.
Honorable Delegate, we've taken note of the recommendations that we continue on the pathway to develop this normative framework, and thank you for sharing your experience. I don't have any other member states, but there was some hands raised in the room. South Africa, you have the floor.
To the distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights on this critical subject. And we also want to thank you, Commissioner Selma Sasa-Safar, for convening this discussion. My delegation is encouraged by Africa's sustained engagement on the intersecting challenges of climate change and human mobility. We agree with the distinguished panels that the impact of climate change compels people to flee their homes. The frequency of cyclones, floods, droughts, heat waves, and rising sea level, as well as food and water insecurity, including increasing prevalence of diseases, is also already been experienced in Southern African region. While our ongoing dialogue remains essential, it is evident that intensified concrete action is required across the continent. To contribute to the discussion, my delegation has a question and comments to the panel. In addressing this challenge effectively, evidence-based policy is paramount. Does the continent currently possesses accurate, comprehensive data on the exact number of climate-induced migrants and internally displaced persons in all African regions? Also, do we have a data of forcible displaced persons affected by climate change in the region who have crossed the international borders seeking refuge in other countries? In this regard, I support the call for a study to be developed on this matter. Looking ahead and given the immediate vulnerabilities that could be faced by climate change displaced population, in particular during transit, my delegation is still of the view that there is a need to prioritize the development of guidelines to assist policymakers with immediate actionable responses as short-term. We further agree that for long-term purposes, member states must formulate a dedicated legally binding instrument specifically designed to protect climate-induced migrants and displaced persons. However, this would have to be developed after adequate data has been collected. Finally, Madam Moderator, my delegation has an interest on this topic. We like it because it increases awareness and understanding of the protection challenges faced by persons forcibly displaced by climate change, in particular when they cross international borders to seek refuge. Having said that, we would appreciate, Madam Moderator, if the Commission could kindly share the presentations made. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Pour...
Excellency, for all these elements that you have reminded of us of. We note your support for the study and the encouragement to draft guidelines to assist decision makers in future. I'd like to remind you that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has already adopted in 2003 African guidelines on human rights for all migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. There is a text available on the Commission's website. Now, in these guidelines, this is for states, there are principles for those who are displaced due to climate change. And so we will proceed with our study. We will indicate this on our website. We would encourage all member states and stakeholders to participate as far as is possible. So now going to the other side of the room, the SADR, you have the floor. Your Excellency, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change, warming, and the lack of resources means that we have to collaborate and increase humanitarian funds to mitigate the impact of this climate change induced, especially societies that live in a situation of vulnerability. In that regard, we should remind ourselves, and we should bear in mind the populations who are in refugee camps, especially those in Western Sahara. After the war, the second war in November 2020, there has been a huge displacement of populations towards the Sahrawi refugee camps. So this increased the burden on the refugees who are living under difficult conditions because they do not have humanitarian aid. Consequently, we would like to launch an appeal to assist in mitigating the suffering of refugees in the camps. It should also be reminded that all peoples have right to development, including those living in areas that are not yet independent, as is the case with Western Sahara. So they should have the possibility of exercising their inalienable rights of empowerment. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. You have, thank you for your inputs. This morning, we talked about the humanitarian situation which prevails at the level of the Sahrawi refugees. We have called on the international community to increase the funds so that our friend in Sahrawi would be able to benefit from the fundamental rights, the right to water and other necessities. And on that note, I thank you, Madam.
Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe aligns itself with the profound insights shared during this panel. We stand at the very front lines of the climate crisis. We no longer speak of climate change in the future tense. It is a lived reality of displacement. Before we examine treaties, we must acknowledge a deeper truth. Nature does not recognize political borders. It recognizes only habitable zones. When Zimbabwe relocates communities from flood-prone plains like Muzarabani, we navigate a landscape where the rise to land, housing, and cultural community are severely stressed. The strain is exacerbated by the lack of specialized This strain is exacerbated by the lack of a specialized climate-centric regional legal treaty. Zimbabwe is not waiting for this legal gap to close on its own. We are actively domesticating the Kampala Convention, Africa's landmark treaty on IDPs. Furthermore, our National Climate Change Policy and National Adaptation Plan, NAP, now explicitly include
human mobility. Following Cyclone Idai, the relocation of survivors to Runyararo village focused on ensuring land tenure and access to social services, not just providing shelter. Yet without a dedicated African legal framework, these efforts remain siloed at the national level. Zimbabwe strongly advocates for a specialized protocol on climate-induced displacement. This framework must achieve three critical pillars. It must recognize climate-displaced persons as a distinct legal category requiring special protections. It must allow for the legal, dignified movement of people across African borders when home regions become uninhabitable. Sovereignty must never be used to trap populations in unlivable zones. It must mandate state investment in adaptation, establishing managed migration corridors before displacement occurs. Mr. Chairman, we must explicitly address the severe gender implications of this crisis. Climate-induced displacement disproportionately increases the vulnerability of women, girls, and persons with disabilities. Statistics and lived realities show that women and children are the worst likely to perish during climate emergencies. In temporary overcrowded shelters, displaced women face heightened exposure to gender-based violence, sexual violations, and trafficking. Disrupted sexual and reproductive health care combined with climate-induced malnutrition threaten pregnant women and children. Desperation drives school dropouts, early child marriages, and transsexual sex. Zimbabwe is tackling these protection challenges through concrete gender-responsive interventions. The Civil Protection Unit has established disaster risk reduction committees from national to village levels. Critically, these committees comprise 60% women decision makers. As first responders, women are the primary experts in managing local crises. The government of Zimbabwe, through the ministry responsible for women's affairs, facilitates village savings and lending associations in displaced communities, providing economic starter packs to restore financial independence. The government deploys satellite health centers and mobile one-stop centers to provide sexual and reproductive health care along specialized GBV survivor services. Displaced women and girls receive dignity kits for menstrual hygiene, backed by robust psychological support to process trauma and harassment. In conclusion, Zimbabwe calls on this commission to lead the world in codifying the rights on the climate of the climate displaced. Climate mobility is not a concession from states. It is an inherent feature of a changing planet. We must ensure that when our people are forced to move, they do not leave their dignity, their safety, or their rights behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing those inputs that are quite enriching. Obviously, we have taken due note of all the information relating to the mechanisms that have been put in place by the Republic of Zimbabwe to assist these people who are obliged to move because of climate change. We have especially retained your proposal to prepare an MOU aimed at defining a distinguished category of people who have to move because of climate. We would like to propose to conduct this study on the basis of Resolution 628 to know whether do we have to go towards a new text or a new instrument, or do we already have the basis within the African legal framework that could be used as a starting point to ensure the protection of these individuals within the context of climate change. The last state that requested for the floor is Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor. Thank you, Commissioner. We would like to thank the panelists for the quality of their interventions. With respect to this important theme, displacement due to, movements due to climate change, we have to acknowledge that desertification, climate change, the rarity of water resources are factors that exacerbate the situation of countries that are already bearing the brunt of crisis and conflicts. However, we should look at the profound causes of crisis and conflicts, and also in the same vein avoid quick fix situations, because it's not specifically climate change, but then it makes the situation worse. We should therefore reaffirm our solidarities vis-a-vis the refugees, internally displaced persons of all countries who are victims of this situation. We would also like to recall the right of all people to development, including sovereignty with respect to their natural resources. And here we would like to underscore that African countries who produce fossil energies use that energy, use the income for socio-economic development of their populations. And here we would like to urge partners to honor their commitment in the Western world, because Africa only contributes 4% of greenhouse effect gases. So Africa is indeed prepared to adapt to climate change, given, on the condition that these efforts are supported by technology transfer, technical and financial support, as promised within the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change. We have heard at length mention being made of studies to be rolled out on this theme, and we would like to re-encourage Africans to take ownership once again and work with African experts who want to understand the impact of climate change on the refugees. Among, for example, what comes to my mind is the Institute of Water, Energy and Climate Change, which is part of the Pan-African University based in Tlemcen in Algeria. ACHPR could, use students, master students, so that they can benefit from their expertise. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Your Excellency, for that enriching input. As was discussed since the beginning of this session, you have once again reminded us the need to look at the profound causes and also to operationalize the principle of African solidarity, sharing of the burden. We have taken, that being said, due note of your encouragement on such studies, and also the fact that such studies should, African Research Center should be involved in such studies, and the Climate Change Institution, like you said, can contribute effectively. Time is not on our side, so we give the floor to Commissioner Manuela.
Wait. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to start by commending the panel that brings interesting discussion. Can you hear me?
And during this debate, the presentations, I was focused, and there is an issue. Yes, we are talking about refugees, but I would like to take this opportunity to raise another issue about a group of African population that has other nationalities in Africa are important, that do not have, that are not referenced in our climate change studies. So I want to invite countries and civil society that work on climate changes to include another group of people that are vulnerable, with double vulnerability, which is the prisoners that are vulnerable because they cannot defend themselves on issues related to climate changes. We look at the floods, landslides. This group of people that are under responsibility of the state do not have a way of defending themselves. Therefore, I bring this reflection so that the study that will be done and the counseling for states to take into account penitentiary administrations when we have situations of these natures, to remember that the prisoners are human beings like us, and the only issue they have is lack of freedom of movement. So they have to be also priority of states to be helped and not be negatively affected by climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Manuela, for reminding us of this matter. I want to reassure you that we have not yet started the drafting of this study. We are in the process of preparing the TORs and to choose the experts. I can assure you that the Commission would ensure that the study would be as inclusive as possible so that it will take into account all individuals in situations of vulnerability. Is there any request for the floor? Commissioner Derso, you have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sassi. This is my first time to speak. I would like to, first of all, wish distinguished delegates of states parties, NHRIs and civil society organizations, members of the Commission and staff of the Secretariat, and our interpreters, a very good afternoon. I just wanted to bring to the attention of all of us, for purpose of this reflection, that the Commission has mandated the conduct of a study on climate change and human and people's rights, and that study has been concluded, and it is now actually at the final stages of its adoption by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The issues highlighted here, particularly those that concern displaced persons and refugees, are treated as part and parcel of the group of people who, on account of their conditions, whether that is social conditions, physical conditions, or on account of their sources of livelihood, who are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including the human and people's impact of climate change, which is the concern for for the mandate of the Commission are addressed within that framework. And therefore, the question is really whether this study would be one that builds on and takes forward in a more expanded form issues that concern with this specific category of people. I think that is the issue. But for any exercise relating to a specific category of people or a specific aspect of the impact of climate change, it is imperative, particularly for those of us in Africa, it is imperative that our analysis shouldn't in any way lead to the separation of the legal consequences of climate change broadly from the broader legal consequences of climate change. It shouldn't be separated from that, because that would have very severe consequences for attribution of responsibility. Climate change is a product of human activities relating to emission of greenhouse gases, for which Africa contributes a single digit, actually less than 5% single digit. And therefore its responsibility is truly negligible. And therefore when we do our analysis, it's important that we do not imply or suggest that the burden of responsibility lies on states parties to the African Charter exclusively. There are certain responsibilities that they bear, but that is only to the extent of their capacity and knowledge of being able to address certain consequences of climate change on human and people's rights, not for the entirety of consequences of climate change on human and people's rights. So it is a rather, I think, sensitive, legally, area that we need to be conscious of as we engage in this analysis. And I think the work that has been done and presented to the Commission on climate change and human and people's rights writ large would be and needs to be the basis on which that kind of work needs to be done, so that we do not have fragmentation, so that we do not actually create grounds where the responsibility for climate change would be completely pushed on African states and African people. We have to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Derso, for your relevant comments. Indeed, you rightly reminded us about the study on climate change and human rights. Besides, I would like to congratulate you, given that you are at the final phase of the adoption of this study, which it goes without saying, would be very useful for all of us, all Africans. I would just simply like to remind you that all the comments that were made here would be taken into account when we prepare this new study. And I would also like to assure you that we will avoid any duplications with respect to the studies that you have already initiated. I thank you, Commissioner Derso. I can't see any more requests for the floor from NHRIs. Oh, sorry, my apologies. You have the floor, Commissioner Leith.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner, for this chairing this panel, and congratulations to the speakers. I'm taking the floor, Chair, to say that while we cannot discuss climate change without talking about the people who are actually the custodians of the environment and the ones closest to the environment. I'm taking the floor to say that in our definition of internally displaced people, we should also include indigenous people, because in our definition of refugees, internally displaced people, in this context, we do have our indigenous people who are being displaced every day by development, encroachment of our policies into their territories to create national parks. And so it is very important that the definition of internally displaced people include indigenous people. Chair, I submit and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Letha, for your intervention. And as I was saying to our colleague, Commissioner Manuela, we will ensure that this study would be as inclusive as possible to take into account all populations who are in situation of vulnerability, including indigenous people. I thank you. NGOs, I only have one request for the floor, the network, Rapapadi from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Salomon Kombosi, I wonder if he is here. Apparently, no. So we have now arrived at the end of this interactive discussion. And given that we are behind time, I would turn to the panelists and to give them the floor so that very briefly they can react to the interventions and that they can share with us their concluding remarks. 1 minute, please. Mrs. Garlick, are you still with us?
Thank all of the interveners for their thought-provoking and extremely substantive recommendations and observations. If I could turn very briefly to the question of data raised by South Africa, I can say that there have been important advances in the gathering of statistical analysis regarding the numbers of people displaced, and important statistics available from work done by the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, the World Bank, UNHCR, IOM, and others. But this remains fragmented, and there is work to be done to ensure that it is also able to be assembled in ways that specifically identify causes linked to climate change and disaster, as this is often not available on a disaggregated basis. There is, by contrast, important work done on both qualitative and quantitative research in this field, and it will indeed be very important that this is taken into account in the course of the study that is envisaged by the African Commission. And UNHCR is committed to working with all partners and all those who have worked on research so far to this end. And there are important opportunities for us to build on that and complement that. I look forward to continuing to work with all those who have an interest in taking forward this study and to permitting UNHCR's contribution as most useful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Garlick. Madame Rita, je vous cède la parole.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. I want to take this opportunity to thank all distinguished delegates and honorable commissioners for your very useful comments, which I think they're very progressive and helpful for the African Union as we collectively address the issue of climate change displacements. I would just like to highlight that we are waiting very eagerly for the outcome of the study of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, because this study really will guide the African Union Commission with its findings in the direction in which we are going to expound the 1969 OAU Convention, and as we review the normative frameworks that we have already on the continent and the gaps that are pertaining, and even most importantly, how we want to address those gaps whether we want to expand the normative frameworks that already exist or whether we want to come up with new normative frameworks, will be guided by this study. So indeed, this is a very good partnership that the Commission is having with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, collectively offering the continent and filling the gap that exists in terms of climate-induced displacements. Indeed, we hear you very loud and clear, Commissioner Dasso, on the global approach and the responsibility as it relates to the responsibilities of member states. I think this is important, and we will also take it seriously as we develop this framework. I also want to apologize that I had a PowerPoint presentation. It was rather long, so I decided to just speak to it. We'll share that presentation with the Commission Secretariat so that it can be shared to South Africa and others that would be interested in this issue. Otherwise, we thank you very much for your comments. And of course, the issues related to humanitarian financing continue to be a difficult topic on the continent, and looking at the global situation when it comes to humanitarian financing. And obviously, this would also contribute to the issues of consideration as we handle the gap on climate-induced displacement. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Merci beaucoup, Madame Rita. Nous...
Rita, we are waiting with bated breath your presentation so that we can share it with the participants since they've requested it. Now, give the floor to Dr. Adawin for his final remarks.
وأنا أيضا على نحو خاص باعتباري شخص أكاديمي، أنا مستعد لقراءة هذه الدراسة ومناقشة الجوانب الأخرى المتصلة بالنتائج، وما أود تقديمه من نتائج أو مساهمة هي النظر في النتائج والعمليات
There's no French interpretation in Yes, Doctor, you have the floor. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Doctor. We'd like to wish you all the best. At this juncture, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Benjamin Garu for his final remarks.
may to join my fellow distinguished panelists in thanking you for your leadership in this particular thematic area. And just as my fellow panelists have indicated, we do look forward to supporting your work and interaction with the study should there be a chance and should it present itself. On behalf of CSOs, we welcome the interventions and the suggestions from the Republic of South Africa in regards to the need to prioritize the development of guidelines to member states, as well as the need to advance and put forward data on displacement within the context of disasters and climate change, which goes to the root and to the very crux of the need for knowledge sharing, which will be useful in ensuring the rights of those who are displaced within the context of climate change and disasters. Thank you, and I yield back.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ngaro. Je passe à présent à mes...
Now, my final remarks. Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel. Allow me once again to thank all the panelists as well as the participants for the enriching discussions. The discussions actually highlighted a reality that's indispensable today on our continent, and is that climate change profoundly changes dynamics on our and human mobility on our continent, and increasingly raises challenges and the protection of human rights. We have to recall that displacement due to climate change is no longer a humanitarian and environmental problem only, but also a legal issue on which we have to take a stance and find solutions. Against this backdrop, it is therefore important to continue efforts to strengthen the framework of existing protection and to promote a human rights-based approach in order to guarantee that people affected by this climate change should not stay in a situation of vulnerability or legal void. I think that this afternoon's discussions also confirmed the relevance of the existing initiatives in the African Commission and Human People's Rights and in the African Union, and especially reflections on the interpretation of Article 1 of Paragraph 2 of the 1969 Convention. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, that this dialogue will contribute to strengthen cooperation among the various stakeholders concerned and to move forward the African efforts faced with these emerging challenges. Thank you once again for your kind attention. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for having been indulgent with us. We've exceeded the time, and I yield the floor back to you. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Selma. I keenly listened to your conversations. I think we're going to safely say that this panel has achieved its objectives, because this panel enabled us to understand that as regards the general issue, to know how to strengthen our resilience faced with climate change, we cannot put aside those who are displaced due to climate change, which also underscores the relevance of Resolution 628, which we requested for a study to be conducted on. I would just like to exhort and urge you on this, the conduct of this study, to have a cross-cutting vision, and it should be inclusive as possible to include the human rights concerned and the members of the civil society who are interested in this issue. I'd like to congratulate once again and all the experts who took part. Thank you very much. So I would like to bring this item 5 to an end, and the few minutes that we have before we close, I would like to reopen item 4, give the floor to NHRI and to 3 civil societies. So I reopen item 4, and I'll call on South African Human Rights Commission. I think they should be online, if I'm not mistaken. IT, can you check and let us know? African Human Rights Commission, please. If they're online, the floor is theirs. Now on to civil society organizations. I'd like to invite Women's Aid Collective, Observer Status number 264. No. The Center for Human Rights, you have the floor. Sapelo Gumedze, Observer Status number 116, are they in the hall? Center for Human Rights? No. Finally, Media Rights Agenda, Observer Status number 120, are they online? Ayomede Ejebe? Yebeje.
laws to criminalize legitimate human rights work. These developments pose serious risk not only to the safety and security of human rights defenders, but also to the broader enjoyment of fundamental human rights, including the right to freedom of expression, association, assembly, privacy, and access to information. While the Commission's previous efforts in guiding the protection of human rights defenders remain commendable and relevant, they are no longer sufficient to adequately address the scale, sophistication, and transnational nature of digital threats. The persistence of these challenges, if left unaddressed, will further shrink civil space, embolden perpetrators, and undermine democratic governance across the continent. In light of this, Media Rights Agenda respectfully urges the Commission to take proactive steps to address these emerging challenges by developing a comprehensive resolution or other appropriate instruments focused specifically on the protection of human rights defenders in the digital age. In particular, the proposed instruments should establish clear standards and obligations regarding the protection of human rights defenders online. This includes safeguards against unlawful surveillance, the misuse of cybercrime and cybersecurity legislation to suppress legitimate expression and assembly, the responsibility of digital intermediaries and platform operators to respect human rights, as well as clearly articulate the obligations of state parties to prevent, investigate, and remedy digital attacks against human rights defenders, and define and clarify what constitutes unacceptable conduct by both state and non-state actors in the digital environment. We further urge the Commission to ensure that any such framework incorporates gender-sensitive approaches, recognizing the disproportionate and targeted nature of online attacks against women human rights defenders. The creation and adoption of such a comprehensive instrument is urgent and necessary to ensure that the African human rights system remains relevant and responsive to contemporary realities. Without it, the protection framework for human rights defenders risks becoming outdated and inadequate in the face of rapidly evolving digital threats. This would ultimately undermine the Commission's mandate and the effective enjoyment of the rights guaranteed under the African Charter. Media Rights Agenda stands ready to engage constructively with the African Commission, state parties, and other stakeholders in the development and adoption of this much-needed instrument. We reaffirm our commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, including the rights of human rights defenders, media freedom, access to information, and digital rights across the continent. We thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your statement. We have taken due note. And this brings an end to the request for the floor by the civil society organizations. At this juncture, I would like to bring our discussions and deliberations to a close and maybe allow the executive secretary for some housekeeping sessions before we adjourn for the day. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Excellencies, good evening, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants. The agenda for tomorrow, day 5 of the 87th ordinary session, will be as follows. We will start the day with a presentation of the status update on the ratification of treaties under the oversight of the Commission, implementation of decisions and recommendations, as well as the status of submission of state party reports. First, we'll have the presentation on the status of ratification of treaties under SHPR monitoring. We will have presentation of status of implementation of SHPR decisions and recommendations, and presentation on the status of submission of state party reports, in that order. From 10 to 11, we will receive the we'll receive the activity reports of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and Persons Living with Disabilities in Africa. And after the tea and coffee break, we would also then proceed to the second report of the Honorable Commissioner Abomo on the Working Group on Communications in her capacity as the chairperson of the Working Group on Communications. Thereafter, we will receive the report of the chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations and Communities in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Litha Musimi-Ogana. And after the lunch break and prayers, we will have a closed session of the fact-finding mission on the Sudan to review a document. So that session would not be open to the distinguished participants. It will be a closed session after lunch tomorrow. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Merci beaucoup, STC. Il ne me reste plus qu'à vous remercier tous pour votre aimable attention et vous souhaiter une bonne fin d'après-midi. Je vous donne rendez-vous demain à partir de 9h pour la suite de notre session. La séance est...
We are adjourned.